welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the evening. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and now we're here. We are back with the Anonymous Cup, day number 2. Welcome to a very special event where we are here to try to find out who are these players and piece together who they're up against as well. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right corner of Odyssey, we have the blue Zurich player, a fresh player, by the way. The name isn't Cyrillic, it is Accent. That's what I got for you. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the green Protoss player. It is Memento Mori. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this initial series. It's hard to predict as we don't really know who they are. And I should also reiterate that if you weren't here yesterday, I recommend the VOD. I recommend the VOD for day 1 of the Anonymous Cup, as we're here with day number 2 with 10 best of ones. 10 best of ones. We have a fresh set of players. Now, as a reminder, these are different players from yesterday. So for example, yesterday, if you predicted that there was a player like Spirit, or a player like ShoWTimE, or a player like Lambo, well, they wouldn't be here then, because we have a new ID. A new ID means a new player, a different player than yesterday's broadcast. So bear that in mind. With who you think played yesterday, they won't be playing today. They won't be playing, as there won't be any repeats here. We have a fresh set of players instead, and we're opening up with a cannon rush. Oh my god. That's it. Now, we have a cannon rush out of Memento, and we are cannoning here on the low ground. This is not Gref. Boanan? Like, if Gref was playing yesterday, would this be Boanan? Who else is willing to cannon rush like this? It's hard to say, but you can rule out some people. You'd be like, ShoWTimE doesn't cannon rush. Like, Shameless doesn't cannon rush. You can name out, Carol doesn't cannon rush. Cristiano doesn't cannon rush either. So you can kind of like cross out and kind of try to remove some of these players. Regardless, oh my god, the pylons are being thrown down once again. The cannon will complete here behind the mineral line. And this may be over before it really began. We do have a Spine Cooler response here on the low ground from our Zerg. First Spine Cooler is on the way. The cannon will complete, and these pylons are safe. Oh no. Let's go. Let us go here. I think the name is Deception. Okay. There we go. So now we have some Spine Coolers on the way. To help defend, we are trying to move out with some Lings, but alas, back at home, we have a full wall ready. Adeptus is on the way. Remember, this was a macro opener. We are looking to expand behind this and claim an expansion, claim a base. Hatchery's under fire. Taking a lot of hits already now, going for the Spine Crawler. Oh my god. Taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Spine Crawler trying to find a better angle, but it's going to be denied. Yeah, the Spine Crawler is a non-factor here. We have another Spine coming in. Once again, going to be focused down. Queen will soak some hits, will tank some damage. And the Spine will eventually borrow Clutch Transfuse. Okay, honestly, nice handling the situation here from a Zerg player. Nice handling. As Lings, they try to break through. Oh, the cannon goes down. Can we save the base? Can we save the expansion? Oh god, as the Queen goes down. And F shades into the main base, gets one drone. Takes down one. Not quite another. Hatchery goes down. In the end, we came in so hard here, but for what? For nothing, as the base still crumbles. And Memento expands. Is it Memento or is it Memento? Like, what's... Is he a meme or not? I think he's a bit of a meme so far. But again, this is a macro cannon rush. Like, this wasn't to go for an all-in. The goal, the purpose was to kill the natural. And he didn't just kill the natural, he also killed a Spine Crawler. He also forced his opponent to overreact, or I should say to overcommit to a defense that did not pay off in the end. Did not pay off. As from here, is going to be forced back. Do have our double Stargate follow-up. This is crazy. Now, when it comes to cannon rushers, Bonan wouldn't do this. Like, Bonan, he would commit. He wouldn't just go for a macro cannon like this. Is this Mitchneck? I know that people, they were floating the idea of Mitchneck earlier, but I'll be honest, I haven't casted enough of Mitchneck, so I wouldn't know. So now we are just building up. The Overlord does confirm. We have the Oracle opener. Are we going to Mass Oracle? No shot. Yeah, so we go. Mass Oracle is building up from our Protoss. We're clowning, Papi. We're clowning. This is just so strange, but not strange. Like, Strange wouldn't do this. Strange the player, I mean. Like, I'm trying to piece it together as well. This is where we... Not Protosaver. Protosaver is a Terran player. Who am I thinking of? Cygnus? No, Cygnus wouldn't do this. Right now, my money's on Mitchneck. You know who would actually? Night Phoenix. He would. But even then, like Night Phoenix, he likes to have fun. Maybe. Those are the players that I'm leaning towards for this game. Obviously not Gref, because we already casted Gref yesterday. Gref is going under Lady Gaga as a different ID. And Boanan wouldn't transition like this. As we have a charge full, some Mass Oracle into charge. The backup Natural's under fire. From the side of the Zerg player, it's hard to say who this is as well. I mean, there are limited Zergs, true. It depends who you believe played yesterday, right? Like, we featured 2 Zerg players yesterday. So, out of the potential players of, like, YoungYakov, Wayne, GG Machine, Nikic, right? There's only a handful of Zerg players that it could be. Especially with Cyrillic as their name. You can already rule a couple of them out, the ones that you believe played yesterday, right? We already had 2 Zerg players yesterday. And of who's left over, I mean, that's who you would kind of go for here. Meanwhile, we have a Mew to follow up. Okay, I mean, Mews, they can do well for themselves. It's charge alongside Oracles. Not much shoots up. We have a couple of Archons. UED Soldier? Maybe? I don't know enough about UED Soldier. I don't cast enough of UED Soldier. Like, the games that I've casted of UED Soldier, I don't think I've seen him cannon rush before. But maybe. If is he that kind of player? Maybe. That's an option. Is an option. I'd have to take a pro player's word on that one when it comes to, like, players' tendencies, because I'm limited with how many games I've covered, right, and how many games I've casted. Meanwhile, Muse, they do hit the natural. Probe's going to be going down. Remember, there's limited anti. There's one Stalker to defend, and Memento committed to the all-in. 8 and 9 probes going to be going down. Brutal damage already. Phoenix production has begun, and here we go. Memento pushes forward, does go in. Behind this, we have a wall of roaches. We have a wall of queens as well. Making a stand. Taking down one of those queens. One queen goes down. Ooh, the oracles are falling. And so far, our Zerg player, he's holding. He's holding. He's defending. He's surviving. Let's go. He's holding on, Pappy. More chargers warping in. Oh, queens, they get caught out. Yeah, brutal pickoffs. Queens are falling. Mutas across the map, they are being dealt with. Phoenixes are racing on over to help defend. Mutas, they collapse on top of the Archons. Ooh, they're getting caught out. Oh my god, almost every single Muta does fall. But the roaches, there are enough roaches here, barely enough. It was a messy defense. But the Zerg does hold on across the map. The economy was crippled. 36 probes left. Roaches move out. Roaches do move out. Phoenixes, they will punish. With that, I mean, our green Protoss player here is going to be able to hold on a little bit longer, but economically they're in trouble. They have to expand. They break out. But you were one of the Terran players yesterday. I think a lot of people did settle on Baby Marine for one of the Terrans. That is true. That is true. A lot of people that assume Baby Marine was one of the 2 Terrans. I'm okay saying this. For me, yesterday it was Baby Marine and Spirit. Those are my 2 picks for the Terrans from last night. But, you know, hard to say with any real certainty. As corrupted production has begun. Oh. But yes, exclamation mark guess in the chat if you guys want to guess. I should also have a look here because the Google form also states how many non-CIS players there are. This is also why trying to say something like Boanan, for example, is really difficult to commit to because there's a higher chance it's a CIS player, not a Greater Europe player. So quickly checking here for today's broadcast, it's 8 CIS players and 2 Europeans. So depending on who you believe the predictions and the player is going to be, if you want to say, you know, this Protoss player is Boanan, then that's 1 European slot that you're kind of wasting, that you're burning there, in a sense, right? Because there's only 2 possible Europeans that are playing tonight. And depending on, because of who we expect played last night, it's like I'm expecting players like Christianer, potentially. Christianer. Maybe Jumi's playing in Wardy's tournament today, so probably not Jumi. Maybe Bonan's one of them. Maybe. But like, again, there are limitations there. So you want to be careful if you do predict someone not from the CIS region. So now, Zalse do poke in. They get into the mineral line. 7 drone kills here. The natural, not bad. Likewise, Ravager's getting caught out as well. But the Corruptors will punish. And for the most part, it's only the Phoenixes here that are threatening the Zerg. Memento is running out of steam. So Blue Zerg is cleaning up all of these Phoenixes. Likewise, running up on 3 bases, saturating, getting into Lingbane Roach Ravager as an army composition. Does break out. From the start of our Zerg player here, I don't think I've seen enough to like fully set on anything, just because they had to respond and react to an all-in or to a cannon rush. But if they win this game, then we get more information, right? That's what's important as well, is that sometimes you don't want to be too trigger happy with your prediction, bearing in mind that if you predict one player, then it's locked in. Like once you predict for that player, it's locked in. You cannot change your mind later. You cannot try to adjust your prediction or try to go back in and change it. You're one and done. It is one and done. So I always suggest that you want to try to get as much information from the players as possible before you commit to a prediction. But that's just my suggestion. If you want to just send it, just go for it. Like, if you feel confident, then go for it. Go for that prediction. Meanwhile, Corruptors, they do go for the Nexus. Can it be a 5k player or lower? Technically it could, but I mean, based on the caliber of play that we've seen in the tournament so far, I don't think anyone has been not like at least a semi-pro. Like all the games have been quite competitive with each other. It does feel like everyone that's played in the Anonymous Cup is relatively close in skill. So you can be like, oh, maybe there's like a 4k player in there, but I mean, that also says something about their opponent, right? Like they're all, so far it seems like relatively close in skill. I would assume that whoever is playing in this tournament has probably played in like 5 World Cups before and has a Wikipedia page. But I wouldn't rule out players like Sickness, right? Like I don't know if like Sickness is like 5.5k or something. Oh, as Bailey's gonna crash into the mineral line, or like Proto Xaver or Zardians, right? It's like But I would assume everyone is GM, right? Whatever that happens to be. But GG gets called with that. Again, the cannon rush initially was relatively successful, but gets completely shut down in the follow-up, and our Zerg player will take the first win. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was an explosive start to the King of the Hill, but we have our current king. It is going to be apparently Deception, translated as Deception here. Does claim the first win, is our first King of the Hill. GG, well played. Memento Mori does attempt a cannon rush and was relatively successful initially, but went for a follow-up charge Oracle all-in, which did fall on its face. The Queen Roach was able to defend against the all-in, shut it down, and snowball into a win from there. And again, you know, as to who you think Memento is going to be, that's up to you to decide. Bearing in mind that there is no revives, so Memento, he's now out of the tournament, and it's up to you to guess who that was. I have my ideas of who it is, but best of luck with your own predictions as well. I do think there are certain possibilities. You can rule out players that you think will never cannon rush, right? So you can already kind of deduce there. Certain players like Geralt, like Christiana, like a lot of the Polish players, like the Polish Protosses, like they aren't really one to cannon rush. At least most of them aren't really known for that sort of thing, but there are others that are known to be a little bit more cheeky, a little bit more aggressive, whether it's Michnek, whether it's Night Phoenix, whether it's UD Soldier was floated around as well. Possible, is possible, for sure. Or even Boanan, I suppose. I'm not too convinced that it's going to be Boanan, just based on how the cannon rush unfolded. Boanan is usually more committed with his cannon rush, and usually a little bit more stylistic with it, but that's my opinion from what I've seen. It could still be him. If you want to look that in, you can go for it. You can go for it. Otherwise, with that, we have Deception winning the first game and is going to be staying on for another round. That was match 11. And now we're getting to match 12. And again, the reason why I suggest reserving your judgment on who Deception is, who the Zerg player is because we're about to get more information, because they're staying on for another game. So now you have more chances to kind of, in your mind, kind of formulate who this person might be. So I always suggest holding off a little bit, holding off on your predictions. At least for the player that's still in the tournament. Here we go. As we have our next opponent, it's going to be ZVZ? Question mark. What is the plan here? Who is up next? As we do have a reference I'm not familiar with. Fifth the Family. It's going to be a ZVZ. Ooh, a Zerg versus Zerg here. Okay, interesting. Oh, is this meant to be 5-star family? Yo, family. We're going full Dom. Let's go. But here we go, we have a ZVZ. Interesting. Again, there aren't many Zerg players to pick from. This is the advantage of, I say the advantage, this is your advantage in the chat. If there's ever a Zerg or Terran player, it's a little bit easier to predict because there are so few of them, right? Compared to Protoss. You know this, especially in the European region, there are so many Protoss players. There's so many Protosses out there. Meanwhile, going to be committing a little bit here, but there's so many Protoss players out there, it can be a little bit more difficult to determine who a Protoss is. When it comes to Zerg and Terran, the player pool is much smaller, much smaller, so a little bit easier to determine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Neo Humanity, we have the new challenger. We have the blue Zerg player. It is 5-star family, or 5-star family. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the current King of the Hill, the red Zerg player with a Cyrillic name, apparently translating to Deception. Here we go. Now remember, we already featured 2 Zerg players yesterday, and depending on who you believe those 2 Zerg players were, they're not going to be here, right? They already played, they're already out of the tournaments, they wouldn't be here. So depending on who you think played last night, you can already rule them out. Whether you believed Wayne played yesterday, or YoungYakov, or GG Machine, or Nikic, or Mixu, or Fiant, right? Depending on who you believe played yesterday of those two Zerg players, then you can already rule them out, and then, you know, you can kind of narrow down who these two Zerg players are instead. As so far, we're going to be opening up. So far, relatively standard openers. Nothing too crazy. So we are settling in. And we're waiting to see our first big deviation. We're waiting to see. So now we are setting up. So far, is the family going to be joining up at the natural? Again, Deception, he was able to defend quite well last game, able to shut it down, or I say shut it down, able to recover, able to be ready for the counterattack, able to be ready for that all-in. Snowball from there. But so far, no major aggression yet. Now, I will say, because I do want to help you out a little bit, when it comes to some of the CIS players, when it comes to how aggressive they can be, Wayne and YoungYakov, when they play against each other, we see a lot of 13-12s, a lot of 12 pulls, a lot of hyper aggression. Very rarely do we get Roach versus Roach, so I'm waiting to see one of our players be more aggressive, be more assertive. I will say that GG Machine, for example, is typically more standard, typically willing to go into Hatch Gas Pool, third base into a Baneling Nest, into Ling Bane, followed by Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? Evo Chamber, no Baneling Nest. This is much more unorthodox. So playing 2-base. So 2-base Roach from our red Zerg player, standard play from our blue Zerg. Interesting. Oh, and I say 2-base Roach, it is going to be a fake out here. It looks like 2-base Roach, but we have plus on melee on the way. This tells us it is going to be, in fact, a 2-base Muta. Gases are being taken, layers on the way. 2-base Muta out of our red Zerg player. And then in our blue Zerg, it's on them to try to figure out what's going on, to scout, to recognize, and to respond. For the time being, they're in the dark. For the time being, no scout into the main. Still droning, safety bailing back at home, just the one bailing. So very efficient here from our blue Zerg player. When it comes to their play, it is very standard, very normal, very efficient. Plus on Carapace tells us that this looks like Ling Roach into a Ling Ravager all-in. This is the solo build, if I'm not mistaken. Rushing into Carapace is an upgrade that applies to both Lings and Ravagers as well, of course. So this does look quite committed here from our blue Zerg. I say that, I feel like usually you do throw down the Carapace earlier. Meanwhile, the scout is denied, Overlord speed is revealed. You can see here that Deception, he is mining through the right-hand side, and the Spire is on the way in the main. And where's the scout, by the way? Ooh, this is a late lair. Late scout out of the blue Zerg. Ay, ay, ay. It will delay the expansion. Was on hold position there. Nice move. This tournament already has more Zerg players than the total of the other tournaments in the entire month. Oh no. Possibly true. 4 Zergs. Four unique Zerg players in this tournament so far. Meanwhile, Lings, they do threaten a dive, they do force a cancel. They deny the expansion, but here come the Mutas. And honestly, again, there was never a scout into the main. Doing a great job so far, delaying and denying. But what are the defenses back at home? We have how many queens? 3. 3 queens to defend. That's all the anti-air. Mutas are coming. And 5-star family is going to be caught completely off guard. The pants are down. The pants are down, but the pants are down. Because of this style, and especially after that last game, I'm leaning more towards like a Yakov or a Wayne. currently here for our red Zerg player, as they are more willing to be cheeky, but again, we'll see. And a couple of drones. Mutas are revealed. The queens do all respond. A nice response so far here by our blue Zerg. Behind this, hydrogen on the way. Spores are being thrown down. And the 5-star family does commit. Does commit across the map. We'll see what he can get done. Queen is exposed. And we're going for the mineral lines here. Baileys don't quite connect. Lings, they do go for the base, and the base is going to be denied once again for a third time. That's a cancel. Oh no! Oh, back to connections. The Lings are shut down, Roaches are cleaned up, and Deception does defend, does survive, does hold. Does hold on. Catching up more mutants, gaining map control, but is still stuck on 2 bases. 5-star family still has the greater economy on a 3-base setup. Still better economy, nice spore positions, of course, getting to the infestation pit. Working up towards Hydrotech, towards Hive-Tech as well, potentially Infestors. This is the older map. It is. Near Humanity is from like 2022, maybe 2021. I mean, if you weren't here for game one was on Odyssey, and that's from like 2019 or like 2018. Odyssey was from even longer ago. We're featuring unique maps for this tournament, having more fun. Yesterday we were live with the Turtle Empire. Yesterday we were live with the Eternal. Oh. As nice Fungal. Fungal does connect. Oh my god. Catching at the meters. As more Fungals, more Infestors are building up. Mutas, they've yet to deal any critical economic damage. They've caught out Roaches, that's true, but so far, no economy here. Things towards the right-hand side. They do threaten a dive. Catching out some drones. 7 drones going down. Finally, some damage. Nice moves here from Deception. Susan asking, are players allowed to off-race? Technically they are, but I don't see any player ever. I would not expect any player to ever off race unless we're referring to I don't know, casting like Eba. Like Eba, for example, he might play Zerg. Kappa. So sure. So you might see like Eba playing Zerg, or like maybe if Clem played, maybe he might play Terran, right? He might off race as well. But outside of that, like I wouldn't really I would not like expect like a wild card like that at all. I feel like that'd be a little bit unfair because people are going. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that everyone's main racing. Otherwise, like you would almost never predict. Likewise, I feel like most players off race is not necessarily on level and on par with the other competitors to risk that sort of thing if they want to win games. Spades, they crash in. Good reaction here from our blue Zerg. Does pull away, but that's still going to be 7 drone kills. 7 workers going down. Here we go. We have the Roach Hydra moving up, but that's not a lot of Hydras. Uh-oh. Not a lot of Hydras here. Nice Fungal. Fungal does connect. Lingbane coming in from behind. At least attempting to. Nice Fungal on the Bailings. Bailings are being shut down. Lings are collapsing on the Hydras, and there aren't enough Hydras here. Yeah, not enough Hydras. The Mutas, they can take the fight. They will overwhelm. Every Hydra's going down. And with that, Deception will clean up. Cleans up the Hydras, the Roaches, the Infestors as well. So far, Blue Zerg is still just being contained. Still being contained. Use a rotate back over. There's a player that I'm very unfamiliar with, Mini Zerg. Like, Mini Zerg is maybe another possibility when it comes to a competitor tonight. But I have not. I don't think I've ever casted. Maybe I've casted Mini Zerg once. Maybe once. But I'm very unfamiliar with their play. You know, Mutas into the third. They catch at the base. The base goes down. Hydras, they just cannot keep up. And initially, Deception had a hard time expanding, but now it is 5-star Family who just can't keep up with the Mutas. Nice Fungal. Oh my god, the Fungals! The chain Fungals! The Mutas are going down. A massive plumbing in supply here. He plummets in supply. 5-star Family popping up, but here come the Mailings. We come in first round. Shuts down half of the Hydras. Boys are being pulled. The base is still full. And again, that was a very nice catch. That was how many Mutas going down? 19 Muta kills. Vipers are on the way. They're gathering energy. Roach counterattack at the same time. But look at the drone count. That's the problem here. Deception, he's on 71 drones. He can sustain these losses. He can lose all these Mutas and do it again. Can't do it again here. He's once again moving out. Behind this 5-star Family, despite that amazing fight, despite catching 19 Mutas, has no economy, has no sustain. The longer this goes on, the better it is for our Red Zerg. Surrounds the Queen. Bailey's trash in, and GG gets called with that. Deception will continue his reign here and extend his lead 2-0. GG. He will maintain his reign as the current King of the Hill. GG will play. Deception does take the win, and 5-star Family is going to be knocked out of the tournaments. We only saw them briefly. Exclamation mark guess in the chat if you have an idea of who that might have been. Remember, it was a standard opener going into a Hatch Gas pool, into a Interling Bane, into Roach play from there. Unfortunately, did not scout the main base. Late lair means late Overseer, late scout into the bases, late realization of what was happening. Despite that, did quite well for himself. Was doing a great job at denying the bases, denying the third base over and over again. Was able to deny bases, was able to maintain a 3-base economy, and build up his Hydras, but over time was torn apart. Had a questionable fight across the map with his Roaches, where he bled out a lot of Roaches as well. And with that, GG well played. With that, Deception does claim the win, but honestly, 5-star Family did pose a threat. Did maintain himself. Was impressive there. GG well played. As we get ready for our next matchup, ooh, as we have a solid champ stepping into the ring. Are they Terran, Protoss, or Zerg? We're about to find out. Protoss. Okay, we have another Protoss player, and again, I think it's most difficult to predict the Protosses just because there are so many possibilities. I'm not envious here, but it is going to be a ZVP. Oh, hello. I already have. Interesting. Let's go. I've only ever seen Scarlett play off race in tournament and win. It's quite common nowadays. Eba's won with his off race. Clem has won with his off race. Cyril, Raynor, Maru, Dark. We've seen Dark play Protoss. We've seen Hero play Terran. We've seen Oliveira play Protoss and win with Protoss. That's like there's definitely like room for it, but when it comes to off racing like that, usually you do that for a certain opponent, for a certain matchup. But in this kind of tournament format, you don't really have that kind of luxury of knowing who your opponent is and switching like mid-series or anything like that. That's why I would assume for an anonymous tournament like this, assume that everyone is main racing. I would not try to kind of overthink things and be like, oh, maybe that was like Gabe playing Protoss or something like that. It's like, what? So don't get ahead of yourself. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Torches, we have our current king of the hill with 2 wins under his belt. Ooh, going for a gasless opener here. Interesting. It is a deception. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Protoss player himself, our new challenger. It is ShoWTimE. Here we go. Here we go. So far, standard opener going for a gate expand. And again, when it comes to who our Protoss player could be, once again, it comes down to who you believe played last night, so you can already rule them out. As there are certain players that I'm fairly certain did play last night, so again, you can like kind of rule them out, and you can try to narrow down who you think this opponent could be, who this Protoss player could be here in day 2's broadcast. So now, we have our initial gas to start. Initially, Lings are moving out, but we do have a full wall, I believe. Yeah, full wall here back at home. Adept is on the way, and ShoWTimE looking solid. Looking solid so far. Stargate opener back at home. From here, we should be rushing up into a faster third, so we're getting gases. Now, gasless builds like this are quite a rare sight. Like, I don't see many Zerg players doing this, to be honest. Opening up gasless in such a way, being this greedy, especially on torches. So you have my attention. Now, taking queens. Joining up. Maybe now the gases, now we have late gas here from our Zerg. Because gases are so late, it's common to skip link speed and go straight into roaches or into a faster lair. So we'll see where the gas is going to be spent. But now they're droning, saturating, building up. And yeah, to no surprise here, roaches. So Roach Warren gets thrown down. As you mentioned, oh, never mind, he cancels the Roach Warren. Okay. Oh, wait, he saw. He went roaches. When he saw the Oracle, he canceled. He canceled the Roach Warren. So from here, we can go into an early Evo Chamber, into +1, into Ling Hydra. Meanwhile, fast Fleet Beacon out of our Protoss. Okay. I mean, we spoke about this on El Dorado in the previous map pool, but because the rush distance by ground is so short, the rush distance by air is so short, going into Tempest rushes is not unpopular among some of the European Protoss players. So here we have the Fleet Beacon on the way into a Robo. From here we can go into a Tempest rush to try to punish this expansion, just because it's so short by air from this base to this base, or we're right next to each other. So Tempest would make sense. I'll be honest, I have an idea of who ShoWTimE is. Actually, going for the Mothership rush, this is a newer build. When it came to the change to the Mothership and the buff to the Mothership, specifically the Mothership now does more DPS, now does more damage, of course now can no longer be abducted, but with that change amongst the European Protosses, a Mothership rush build was kind of rising through the ranks in the PvZ matchup. It's been a while since we've seen it, I'll be honest, but we are going for it. And I believe the goal here is to rush into the Mothership and do what? Recall. Recall into the main. We're building up gateways, immortals, sentries as well. And if we can build up energy on these sentries, we can recall into the main and then force field the raid. Then we can go for the force field and end the game. This is a very cheeky build. Oh, we're using the healing. Let's go. The healing pad. The healing pad is popping off. Building up more immortals. Building up more gates. Yep, the plan is the recall. The plan is to recall, but can the mothership sneak out and actually get into the base undetected? It's a big boy. Mothership is moving, but this overseer should scout this. And as long as deception is in the main, he should be fine. Yep, there we go. He sees the mothership. Mothership is revealed. Queens, they rotate. Spore as well. Again, we're ready for the recall. But he can't get into the main. It's too late. Yeah, he's going for the recall for the main army instead. We're going for the fight. Slow zone on the queens. We have plenty of force fields. Army dives in, locking away the queens. The queens are stuck in the mineral line. Oh no, they can't fight. They cannot help. Not like this. Yeah, the queens are locked down. Going straight for the roaches instead. Oh, nice force field behind the queens as well. Behind said queens. Likewise, ShoWTimE falling back. Boys are being pulled. And so many drones going to be going down here. Likewise, mothership does still stand strong. Warp in does complete. Yo, we got the slow-lots coming in, but there's a lot of roaches. There's still a lot of roaches left over. The queen count is almost reset. There's one queen left. But the roaches hold. The roaches, they hold. They do defend. Did cost deception 15 drones. Oh. Wow. Takes down one of the units. Here, deception rotating over. Does rotate, does respond. Getting on top of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren goes down, nice snipe. But remember, this is a 2-base all-in. It's a 2-base all-in. There is no expansion, there is no third. It's all or nothing for ShoWTimE. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for the Protoss. It's now moving in. Now, I mean, these are still slow lots. They're still slow, Pappy. They're still slow. Queen's popping up. Roach Ravager moving in. Oof. And we do have Mass Stalker behind this. Is that enough, though? The Immortals are getting low. Oh! Mothership goes down. There's one Immortal left. Yeah, no micro there. No lift. Oh! Barely. Immortal does pull away. But running out of stalkers, the corruptors are here as well. The prism goes down, and with that deception, he will hold. GG gets called. Deception takes game number 3. He maintains as the king of the hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Deception, he will claim the win here. He will take down ShoWTimE. Again, it was a cheeky 2-base all-in, but what's important is it got scouted. Remember, the Overseer did scout the mothership, and that allowed Deception to rotate all the queens over and the Spore as well. Remember, the kill move, the kill shot with this build is recall into the main. Recall into the main base and force field the ramp. But he could not touch the main. He could not get into the main base because of the scouts, because of the Overseer. With that, the queens did deny the mothership, had to recall to the third instead for a head-on fight, and we saw that that was a better turnout for the Zerg for Deception. It was a better result for the Zerg player, was able to take that fight, able to hold, able to defend, and with that, GG, well played. Deception will take another win. And now we're getting ready for our next map. Getting ready for our next setup here. Oh. Gonna be loading into Jagannatha. Okay. TBD. It's been a while, but Jagannatha is going to be coming up next. And I have no idea how to pronounce this name. But it's going to be a Terran player. It is going to be a Terran. Here we go, ZVT. Now, once again, when it comes to Terran players, we're very limited in how many Terrans there are. Remember, we had 2 Terrans last night. 2 Terran players were featured last night. And because of that, again, there aren't that many more Terrans to kind of pick from. We have players like Nickrat, players like Milky Cow, players like Replicant, Zardiant as well. Here we go, we're stepping into the ring and spawning in the left-hand corner of Jagannatha. We have our blue Terran player, our new challenger, screaming out, good luck, have fun. It is PYC. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our current King of the Hill with 3 wins under his belt. Our red Zerg player, it is Deception. Here we go. But again, that was a very spicy game in the previous game, of course. We had, on torches, we had the 2-base all-in with the Mothership Rush, Rico into the main. I already have my idea as to who that was. But yes, you can, of course, exclamation mark guess in the chat, exclamation mark guess for who you believe the previous player was. Solid champ, in your mind, who do you think that was, by the way? Who comes to mind when it comes to a 2-base all-in Mothership Rush like that? There were some other clues as well, I want to say. There were some other clues. But for now, we're going to be settling into our next game. We do have our initial hatch gas pool opener here out of Deception. Also, I will say... Oh, sorry, not Deception. Decepticon. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. My apologies. Decepticon. Not Deception. Okay. Yo. Who am I thinking of? Optimus? The player from the UK? Let's go. But sorry, not Deception. It is Decepticon. I was close. But here we go. Here we go. We are getting into our next game, getting into our next best of 1. So far, we do have an economic opener out of our Terran player. I mean, which is standard. If this was a TVP, I'd be freaking out a little bit more, which I almost did, but TVZ. So standard opener, racks expand. Terran player is moving out. I think Bratok as well, true. I think Bratok, Milky Cow, Nikic, Zardians, Replicants, Protozaver. Those are the Terrans that come to mind. When it comes to the CIS region, of course. As Reaper does poke in. Poke in, does pull away. Again, so far, just hatch gas pull, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Nothing crazy, nothing too fancy here. And, oh, that is a 1-1-1. We go from a standard opener into a very aggressive follow-up here. Hello. You have my attention. So, typically, we'd be seeing a 3rd CC. It'd be a 3rd CC, but this is going to be a starport before 3rd CC. We're staying on 2 bases that much longer. This is going to be that much more aggressive, that much more committed. There's our tech lab into an add-on swap into, I would imagine, Banshee play. And already, like, this is, like, the gears are turning as to who is a more aggressive Terran player in the region. We'll see how hard they commit. From here, we should still expand. We should just get a CC on the low ground to wall off and work towards the mid game. Now, extra Hellions are building up. Safety Bailey Nest before Lair, before Eva Chamber. So very safe setup here from Decepticon. Very safe. As yep, there's that 3rd CC. Viking first, shuts down the Overlord, now going for a delayed Banshee after the Viking. And what did our Zerg player see? He did get eyes on the tech lab, so he saw everything he needed to. Okay, he's aware. He is aware we have a bio follow-up. Hellions moving out. Okay, zoom across the map. Oh. His Hellions are deflected. They're going to be deflected, going to be zoned away. So far, Decepticon holding on. Alright, Zerg player. Taking gases from here, just going into Ling Bane. From here, we should be working towards Hydras once the lair is done. I mean, sorry, I just realized how late the lair was. But it's going to be a later lair here into, I would imagine, double upgrades. Nice round here on the Hellions. Hellions are being shut down. Nice cleanup. Lings do cleanup. There we go. Double Evo Chamber into double upgrades. Committing into Ling Bane. But what I will say is that we are going to reveal all the players after the tournament ends today. We will reveal. So here we go. Oh, Jesus, what is happening? As our Terran player does react quite hard. A bit of a misread here, assuming it was a Bane bust. It is anything but. Again, our Zerg player just droning, getting another expansion, getting into Ling Bane. But yeah, our Terran player just seeing something that wasn't quite there. He fully walled up with E-bays, with bunkers, expecting a bust. Interesting. There's a couple of things that we can get into. For now, BH's taking it across the map. If you remember earlier, I mentioned how it was a 1-1-1 opener, and I assumed it was going to be something more aggressive than it really was. Now, especially after what we just saw here, our Terran player is playing really scared. He's playing really scared, playing really safe. Yes, he's harassing with Banshees, but remember, these were later Banshees. Does get 7 drone kills. I mean, nice damage. True. Nice damage here with the Banshees. Yeah, it's very on edge. I will say that. I mean, I think a big reason why we saw that as well is that he also has Hellions. Without all those Hellions, he has less vision, right? Less awareness of what's happening. As now our Terran player is moving out. Does move out. Rotating over, does force a cancel, not bad. Denies the base. At the same time, massive Ling Rumbai here does hit the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Doesn't quite hit, does force a lift on the factory. Forcing friendly fire. Oh my god. Yeah, the friendly fire is brutal. 15, 16 SCV kills. Very intentional play there from the Zerg. Does slip in 17 SCVs. And with that, here comes that Ling Bane Hydra. 85 workers, a solid economy here for the Zerg. They're looking very comfortable. Quite comfortable. Baneling's gonna be crashing in. There's no way out of this. Tank goes down. Medevacs take 2 lifts in time. They save some of the bio, some of the Marines. Terran player trying to hold on. Does make a stand. Saves the tank. Oh my god. Oh, it does still take some Banelings to the face though. Again, pushing into speed zones. Respect the speed zones, Pappy. Ah. Needs to be shut down. Lings are deflected. Our Terran player now taking a 4th. Setting up defensively back at home. Losing a tank. And he's not quite ready for this. Zero player moving in. Bailey's they peel off into, oh no, they peel off into the mineral line. SCV's gonna be going down. No Ling Bane for the Bio Army though. So a bit of an overextension from the Zerg. Wind mines are popping off. From here we're settling in. From here we're settling in, we're calming down. Viper production has begun. Decepticon is just maxing out on Ling Bane Hive, or Ling Bane Viper. And Hydra Viper. Lurkers are on the way as well. The mine shots, they don't quite connect. 6 drones do go down, but only 6. And it's going to be a tough hold here for the Terran. Oh no! Again, just not enough room in the Medivacs. Has to pull out. Has to pull away. Oh! Mine shots going off. Once again, baiting on more of these mines. Once again, committing in. Nice flying clouds here on the fire. Ling Bane rolling on forward. And with that, the third base is being broken once again for the 3rd time. This time getting within range of the tank. The tank is also going to fall, potentially, to the Hydras. Barring Bailings in the middle of that. They do get spotted. Thankfully, spotted in time. As the Decepticon does break through, takes down the depots. And our Terran player here on his last legs, trying to hold on, does get some snipes off. Does get a couple of snipes. Lings, they flood in, getting on top of the Ghost. We are taking into Ghost behind this, but it's too late for that. Unfortunately, there's just no economy here. The Zerg players are 94 workers. That's a lot of drones. That's a massive economy. Here, pulling away. Going back in. Just launching on the army. And again, these are just trades that we cannot afford. We can't afford it, man. Not like this. And there's got 20 more Hydras on the way. We have that Lurker demo, not really making use of it. No Lunkers, not yet. We just commit to Ling Bane Hydra. Plus on range on the way. More bases being taken. Technically, or would you see a Terran player attempt to take bottom right, but is unable to? Borrowed Ling. Just started stepping forward, collapsing on the army. Attempted slits here from the Terran. Does attempt them. And with that, GG gets called. We do see once again Decepticon able to break on through, claiming another win. And is still our King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It does claim the win. It does maintain himself as the King of the Hill. And if you're in the chat, if you have an idea as to our Terran player, exclamation mark yes, exclamation mark yes in the chat for who you think that was. What I will say, giving my 2 cents on the matter, based on their performance, based on their play, that did not look like our top CIS Terran players. That did not look like Nicorette. It did not look like Milky Cow. I would lean towards the slightly lower tier Terrans there, leaning towards players like Replicant, like Zardiant. In my mind, like Protozaver, like that's where those would kind of come into consideration, more so than Milky Cow and Nicorette, at least in my mind, based on the play that we saw. But of course, best of luck. You can still go for whoever you so believe that Terran player was. So best of luck with your predictions. As we are getting ready here for our 5th best of 1 of the broadcast. Oh. Getting ready for our next best of 1. Let's go. When it comes to the Zerg player, yes, the Zerg player is looking very impressive, very strong, very powerful. Last night we had another Zerg player that took it to the late game to a Protoss opponent that was also looking very strong and very powerful as well. And again, like, who you believe are those two? I'll be honest, the two Zergs that I'm referring to, I think there's a very high chance that those two Zerg players are Wayne and YoungYakov respectively. Up to you to kind of determine which one they are though, and who's who exactly. Remember, we did feature 2 Zergs yesterday, and we're featuring more Zergs today. Well, so far 2 as well today. 4 in total. So it's up to you to kind of like pick and choose and determine who's who. When it comes to the Zerg options, referring to Wayne, YoungYakov, GG Machine, Nikic. When it comes to those Zergs. As for now, we are setting up and getting ready. Getting ready for our next best of 1. Is going to be on Incorporeal. Okay, one of the more modern. Oh my, gee, not another one. Yo, we're running out of Zergs to kind of pick. Okay, what I mean by that, we have a 5th Zerg player. Do we have five notable Zergs in the CIS region? I just listed 4, but now we have a 5th one. Next one is up next. Let's go. Another ZVZ. Okay. I mean, to be fair, in my mind, I think one of the Europeans was showcased yesterday. Bear that in mind as well. In this broadcast, in last night's broadcast, I believe there were 3 Europeans. In this broadcast, there are 2 Europeans, which means other Zerg players like Fiant, like Mixu, like Iba, they are possible options, possible picks, possible choices. Bear that in mind. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal. We have our current King of the Hill with 4 wins under his belt already. It is the blue Zerg player. It is Decepticon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg himself. It is Next One. The 5th Zerg player of the tournament. And again, like, if we're getting more Zergs, then you can have the idea that, like, okay, clearly one of these guys probably isn't from the CIS region, right? It's like, one of them may be one of the Europeans, which again, I have my thoughts on who that is from yesterday's broadcast. Yo, is this where we bring in Lorimbo? True. Get Lorimbo in there. Get him in there. Let's go. That's what I want. So far, we have standard openers. So far, hatch gas full. We have our initial standard opener. So far, no major deviations. What we're really waiting for here is to see the Bailey Nest timings, to see if either player does play two base Roach. If you remember, Decepticon did play 2-base Roach previously on Near Humanity in a different ZVZ, where he went 2-base Roach into 2-base Muta, where he was able to pop off and able to overwhelm against his previous opponent. So that is something in his wheelhouse that he's willing to partake in. So far, we're keeping up. So much ZVZ. It's like we have 21 players, and for 5 of them to be Zergs, like that's crazy. That's insane. 5 out of 21. That's like every Zerg player in StarCraft 2. That's true. We're link flooding, by the way. Once again, Evo Chamber, no Bailey Nest. So once again, just like the last time we saw this player in a ZVZ, he went 2-base Roach. This time it is 2-base into a link flood into a follow-up Roach Warren. Meanwhile, Bailey Nest on the way for next one. Next one is playing standard, going into a Bailey Nest, going into a 3rd base. Again, this is 2-base play from our blue Zerg player, walling up on Roaches and hiding the Lings for the link flood. Does hide his Lings. And the goal here is to catch his opponent off guard. Now, it is not uncommon, if you scout 2-base Roach, it is not uncommon to cancel your Roach. Sorry, to cancel your Bailey Nest. To cancel the Bailey Nest and to delay Bailey production. Here we go, Lings, they do flat out. Next one does spot this. He's away. There we go. Bailings now morphing in, but these are late Bailings for the next one. The Bailings are late. As the Decepticon is forced back. We have some cheeky Bailings, which should not finish. Yeah, Lings, they collapse in. They're going to be focused down. Next one forcing him back. As he does move out across the map. Likewise, Bailings, they should have been back here, but it looks like they were active instead. 2 drones going down, not bad. Takes down 2 workers. Behind this, the Decepticon is going into his Roach play. We have a Bailey Nest, which is going to be cancelled. I'm sorry, which has completed the main. Bailey Nest does complete. And from here, we could turn this into a 2-base all-in. This could just be a 2-base all-in here from our blue Zerg. We'll see if he commits. We'll see if he expands. Remember, throughout all of this, next one does have a 3rd. He's up a base. 2-base Muta. He's getting here in a different way, but once again, 2-base Muta out of our blue Zerg. Remember, he went 2-base Muta last time. So, very fun of Muta play in ZVZ. Very fun. Meanwhile, that's a full wall. Bailings, they do nothing here. They achieve nothing. Oh, Lings, they do slip by. They get into the mineral lines. Slipping into the main. Slipping into the main base. Gonna be cleaned up. And it looks like, I mean, we have to keep going here. So far, there's been no scout into the main. Lair is quite late. It's a 6-minute lair here for our red Zerg. Ay. Army moves out. But I'm not so sure that the next one has enough to do anything here. Has an army that's true, is forcing a response. Spine crawlers on the way. Roaches are amassing behind this next one, just droning. But has no idea that mutas are coming. Here we go. Roaches, they do go for the upgrades. Upgrades are cancelled. I mean, we were preserving them anyway. They were fake. For what? For the mutas. And mutas are revealed. And the next one, we have to commit in. We have to go for it. But remember, he was droning behind this. And he's running out of steam. Yeah, the Roach is going to be cleaned up. The next one goes further into the bases. He wants some kind of damage here, and he's going to get a couple of drones. He gets 1, he gets 2, he's going to get 3, 4 drone kills. This is okay damage. And back at home is preparing. Back at home, spores. Spores are being thrown down. Queens are amassing as well. Overlords have to race back home as well. And Decepticon has map control. He's droning up. Now we can expand. Likewise, surround the Queens. Queens are surrounded. No spore in position. Next one getting caught with his pants down and losing 1, 2, 3 Queens. Massive pickoffs. Catching out 3 Queens. Going for the Ravager. Oh, spores in position. Spores in position behind this. Decepticon still just droning, still saturating. The Lings, they slip into the bases. Banelings as well. Roaches getting caught out. Jesus. Yeah, sniping the Queen. Does snipe the Queen. Still just maintaining map control. Hoping to catch out another Queen. And the third base is being saturated. Meanwhile, our red Zerg player is getting into Hydras. Hydras are on the way. Queens once again getting caught out. Another Queen goes down. That's been how many? 5. 5 Queen kills for 1 Muta. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses there for the next one. But behind this still has a decent economy, now taking gases. Meanwhile, Decepticon now saturating. Getting that third base up and running. Are moving out. Do have tunneling claws on the way to try to get across the map in some way, shape, or form with those roaches. More spores are finishing, but the spores on its own. Oof. Does get targeted. And it takes down the spore. I'm going for the lair itself. Shouldn't get the lair. Does get a Hydra. Likewise, roaches, they do hit the third at the same time. Nice movement out of our blue Zerg. Going for another Queen. Doesn't quite get it. Catching out the Queens instead. Gets 1, gets 2. Jesus. Yeah, takes down all the Queens. Now going for the Hydras. He can just take the fight. Ah, no. This is getting out of hand. And with that, it looks like it's just too much damage. Critical damage at this point. The lair goes down. That should never have happened. And next one's all in. Next one's completely all in. Moving out across the map. With what little he has left. There we go, does borrow. He's doing what he can. Fanning out in between the bases. But there is some detection. Roaches there on borrowing the base. Drones are falling. Let's go. Getting a couple of drone kills. Getting some counter damage, but the reality here is that the next one is down to 49 workers, barely an economy. Lost all the Hydras earlier. Doesn't really have much tech to work with. The lair has to be rebuilt before we can even think about the hive. Before we can think about spellcasters. Now, there is a chance that we can recover in this game state with spellcasters, with infestors or vipers, of course. There is potential, but the problem is we don't have an infestation pit. Oh, no, sorry, there is. There is a pit, but no hive, of course. There's no hive. With this pit, we can still make infestors. Oh. But as the army's distracted, Lings, they flood into the bases. Slip into the natural. Popping up. They do pop off. Mutas, they hit the third. Our blue Zerg does pull away. And now we're kind of coping on one base. It's basically one base economy at this point. There's a couple of patches in the main. It's a little bit left to keep going. Only a little. Oh! Nice fungal. And we spoke about it with a couple of fungals. We can pop off. You give me next. It was just one. No, it was just one, dude. Never mind. Just one infestor, just one fungal. Nice boost towards the end, but alas, Again, it was only one. With that, Infestor goes down. Another Infestor does pop out. Doesn't quite get the fungal off, it graces the army. And with that, GG. Decepticon will claim another win. We'll take down the next one. GG. Bring the next one, Papi. Aye, aye, aye. GG, well played. Decepticon does continue his reign of terror here. Can anyone stop him? Likewise, again, we're at least getting more information of him. The problem with a player going on a run like this is that we're seeing less of his opponents, right? So you have less information to try to guess who his opponents are. When it comes to our previous Terran player, for example, we're not able to experience a Terran player in a TVP or a TBT. So you're just getting more limited information, and it's making it more difficult to get a better handle on who these players are. Oh, but GG. GG, well played. With that, it does claim another win. And now we're getting ready for our 6th series of the broadcast. Let's go, our 6th best of 1. Who's it going to be? I'll be honest, with that being our 5th Zerg, I don't expect any more. I'll be shocked if we get another Zerg player, a 6th Zerg. That'd be crazy. I would imagine from here it's just nothing but Protoss and a handful of Terran. There are certain Terran players that I don't think we've featured yet today in the broadcast. I don't think we've seen them, so I do think there's still plenty of Terran and Protoss remaining here amongst the player base. And we'll see who rises up next. Here we go. As we are getting ready. As a reminder, it is 20 best of 1s in total, and we've already wrapped up 15. So there's 5 best of 1s left, 5 players remaining. Five players remaining here. Let's go. As it looks like we're still trying to determine who to bring on. But I guess for now we can actually have a look at the bracket itself. As I'm not so certain how much it's been updated. I have my own notepad as well, actually. Far so good. But yeah, it looks like we do need a moment to determine the next player, but it also gives us some time here to go over the bracket itself to try to remind you, especially if you maybe weren't here yesterday, some of the matches that already did take place. Let's go. Let us go. As that is the Sparkling Tunica bracket, un momento. Okay, from the top here. Man, from the top, we have our matches from yesterday's broadcast. We did start things off with Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana able to go on a bit of a win streak here, taking down Solana, taking down Coco as well. Again, we did already have an idea of who these players were. We had Tempest coming out of left field, bringing him down. Tempest also had a very unique playstyle and had some unique tendencies, which we did call out at the time. So Tempest takes down Fata Morgana. Tempest going on a tear, taking down Afo as well. Did eventually fall to Reyna, a Terran player. Then Sante went on a tear. Sante was another Zerg player that looked very impressive, taking down Reyna, taking down Kairos, and eventually fell to Not a Barcode, who got cannon rushed the hell out by Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga did cannon rush, then did end by the counter cannon rush by Ludwig Cursed. That was, of course, yesterday's matches. And again, these are all unique players. None of these players are going to be repeats coming into today's broadcast. So that's why you have to kind of take that into consideration when it comes to who's actually playing and who's actually competing. But of course, that led into these matches here, which has yet to be updated on Wikipedia. Yet to be updated. but we are setting up. And it looks like we do need a moment before we do get into the rest of our matches. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. Right now, we're getting ready for match 16. 16 out of 20. Oh, never mind. We're good. Jesus. We have a lobby. We have a challenger. We do have a new challenger here. I believe Rue? Question mark. But we might need a moment. Yeah, we need a moment anyway. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next best of one. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back again. A very short break. We just need a moment to set up our players and set up our lobby, but we are jumping into our next best of one, our 16th best of one of the broadcast of the tournament. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Blackburn, we have the blue Zerg player. He's on a crazy win streak with 5 wins under his belt. It is Decepticon. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Red Terran player. We have the Red Terran himself. It is Rue. Eric, is that you? The Kangaroo? Let's go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, who you think will win this best of one. Again, the predictions are a little bit more 50-50 just because it's hard that you don't really know who you're predicting on. Of course, our Zerg player here has been looking very impressive, very solid so far in today's broadcast. We'll see if anyone can bring him down. Best of luck in the chat. As for now, we do have our standard openers. And again, welcome to Blackburn. It's been years. It's been years since we have featured Blackburn. It's been a very long time. This was, of course, dominant or predominant a couple of years ago in the EPT era of StarCraft. I want to say like when Blackburn would have been when I was casting games and champs. I want to say 2021. I want to say around 2021, maybe coming into 2022. Blackburn was a thing. So it hasn't been too long. A couple of years. But now there, Rax expands, standard opener out of our Terran player. And when it comes to the features of this map, short rush distance by ground. Very short rush distance by ground. You can expand towards your opponent, make it even shorter, so all ins are favored. But it's in a way similar to some of the maps that we have currently here. Kind of like Ultra Love, where all ins are favored, but once you can secure yourself, you can extend this game, and we could end up in a long, hour-long game state as well. It is very common to cut the map in half. To cut the map in half, you have one half, then the other is difficult to break through, and we've seen many a long late game on Blackburn. Dark times, we've seen many an hour-long game on this map. Think of games with Probe, with Neeb. I'm thinking like Probe versus Pig Jr. in ANZ Champs. PVT, like hour-long PVT on Blackburn. The trauma. The trauma. Or like Scarlett versus Neeb on Blackburn. Also another hour-long game. No. For now, that is a CC before starport. Okay, economic opener here out of Decepticon. Sorry, out of Rue, meant to say. I should have it this way, actually. There we go. It's a little bit easier. So economic opener out of our Terran player. Behind this, we do see Decepticon going for its own hatch gas spool into a third. Likewise, everything's looking normal so far. Everything is looking normal. is looking standard. Reaper picks in. Oh, calm down. As behind this, we're going for the add-on swap into 3cc Cloak Banshee, or at least regular Banshee. So far there's been no tells, no major tells here outside of this being just a stock standard build from our Terran. No tells yet when it comes to their play. Ling does slip in and gets a full scout. Does get a full scout of what's going on. Behind this, lair first out of our Zerg player. Lair into Bailey Nest. As Hellions poke in. Immediately poke in. Fourth base now being taken. Now getting to Ling Bane, into double Evo Chamber, into double upgrades, into Ling Bane, into the mid game. Likewise, Drew expanding towards his opponent, takes the triangular third. Throws out extra Raxes into his own bio setup. Hellions, they haven't been too aggressive so far. They're just poking in every now and then, poking, prodding. No major commitments, no major dives. Oh. Going for the queens. Not quite able to commit. Behind this, so there's Evo Chambers, and the Hellions, we are able to keep up. So far, Decepticon takes down a Hellion, preserves the Queens. Banshees, they hit the northern base. Looking to get a kill. The Queens, they should be responding. Hellions, they look for an opening. They go for the dive. It does head straight into the natural. Drones are going to get roasted. At the same time, Lings are across the map. Oh boy, we're popping off. Here we go. Hellions in the middle line. At the same time, Lings, they also get into the natural. SCVs are going to be going down so far. 15 drones get roasted. Yeah, 15 drone kills. Oh my god. Does keep going in. Gets 17 more. Jeez, to 19. 19 up to 20. At the same time, though, 14 SCV kills. Lings, they're popping off the third as well. Lings, they're wreaking havoc. More boys being pulled. More production getting caught out as well. Catching up more reinforcements. At 29 drone kills for what? For 24 SCVs. Okay. So we have a back and forth. We have a bit of a clown fiesta here. If you're a worker, get out of here. Don't belong to any of these players. As SCVs and drones alike, they all get shut down. Rue behind this on 34 SCVs. Oof. His economy is crippled. And meanwhile, we do see Decepticon redroning hard. Is just making as many drones as possible. Already back up to 3-base saturation. Now the army supply size here for Decepticon is struggling, is suffering as a result. And here comes Rue. Rue does have the larger army. Does have the much larger army. Is moving out. Making his way towards the 4th. I guess the 5th base. The Banshees, they did force a cancel. Okay. Speaking of, southern base is denied. Northern base as well under fire. As it was denied previously. Was denied. Likewise, Decepticon does kite back. Getting a lot of damage done on the base itself, but does survive. Yo, remember this gold? True. There are gold bases as well. Almost forgot. Banshees, they rotate back around, but there is a swarm position. Ooh. As the Banshees are exposed, they do get a queen. They overextend. Do overextend. Rue's paying attention. Dust him away. We do have Decepticon taking up into Lurker Tech. Hive is on the way, Lurker Den's on the way. Has been able to redraw and getting back up to 74 workers, a decent economy for the Zerg. Meanwhile, Rue is still building up, still has a larger army, I will say that. Like in a head-on fight, Rue can still take it. But the problem is the run-bys, the counterattacks. Uh-oh. As Mercs, they barely do miss each other. The armies, they pass by. Rue, he wants that northern base. He knows how low it is. Down to half HP. Drop is coming in. Lings, they scat the medevacs. Rue pushing through the center. Decepticon is split up. Is split between the bases. We're still trying to rotate, going back in. For the most part, though, yeah, the medevacs, they get spotted once again. Oh, doesn't get them. Doesn't quite bring them down. And at this point, Decepticon has recovered. Has now been able to recover, droned up, getting the goal base, massing out more lurkers. Rocks are being shut down. As he does find a mineral line. Okay, 4 drones going down. Decepticon trying to keep up with the army. Nice very nice target fire. Oh my god! Does target fire, takes out 3 of the Bailings. Boosts away. Vipers are here to punish. Massive powerbomb. Oh my god, abductions as well. Getting 1, getting 2. Getting all 4 actually. Massive losses here as Rue does plummet in supply. Leading out a massive chunk of fire. And I'm afraid we're going to be here for an hour because I mentioned before that this game, or sorry, this map is kind of known for longer or later games. You can cut the map in half and turtle up. And speaking of turtling, that's what we have here. We have a wall of tanks. Lurkers trying to move forward. Liberation has arrived. Pushing into the tank line. It's not going to work out here. Gatling Bane crumbles. 2 lurkers fall. Decepticon coming in from the right hand side. Denies mining. The Bailings are targeted down. Once again, nice target firing. Punishing the Bailings as they do not connect. And again, the control from our Red Terran here has been on point. Has been solid. I have an idea of who it is. Especially with the Hellion dive earlier. But once again, it's hard to pick between the two. You know who I'm thinking of. Yeah, you know, you know. Let's just see it. Our blue Zerg, kill off some links, catching out some tanks, getting 1. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks going down massively. Romite getting 5. Oh my god, so many tanks full. Again, the Marines are out of position. Completely out of position. Ay, ay, ay. That was how many? That was 6. 6 tanks going down for a handful of lings. And now Rue's in trouble. Rue's in trouble. This defensive line that was here, this defensive position, it's now that much weaker. There's what, 2 tanks left? Uh-oh. 2 tanks remaining. Once again, Rue rotates towards the top side, and we do see Decepticon rotating towards the south instead. Pushing towards the third. Marines have to rotate, but again, they're not quite here in time. Yeah, massive blinding cloud on top of the tanks. Tanks, they attempt to siege. Oh, still though, a better concave for the Terran. Nice hold position micro. Oh my god. As long as they're pushing forward, Hydras, they lunge on in, getting a tank, taking down a factory. Lurkers, they don't quite gain ground towards the top side. Decepticon claiming the gold, taking more expansions, has a better economy, has a bank. I can't say the same for Rue, especially in regards to gas. 2 more factories on the way. Decepticon does lunge in, once again punishes the buyer. Has Berg in the third, and from here can just keep on going. Can push in to break the natural. That's a lot of overseers. Rogue? Oh my god, as the bio army gets caught out. Our blues are just wedging himself in between the bases, in between the third and the natural. And there's almost nothing left. Almost nothing left here. Hydras, they lunge in. Catching another tank. More ghosts as well. And there was a chance for our Terran player to slow down the game and to try to turtle up and max out. But if you remember, the moment that this all fell apart was when 6 tanks went down to a couple of lings. GG gets called, and Decepticon takes another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does claim another win, does take down another Terran opponent here. The second one so far of this broadcast. And with that, is on a 5-game win streak. 5 games back to back to back to back. And we'll see who's up next. We'll see who's up next. At this point, I feel like we're running out of Terrans and running out of Zergs. I feel like we're going to have almost pure Protoss from here. But we'll see. We'll see who's left over and who we can call upon when it comes to the pool of players. Oh boy. But GG. GG, well played. Oh! Okay. We already have our next player lined up. We have our next player lined up. This is the player name also reminds me of another player that I was kind of glossing over as well. Up next is going to be the power of Yuri. And that just reminds me of P Power, who's also a CIS Protoss player. Reminded of Power. I don't think this is Power, but just reminds me that's also another option for some of these players, for who they could be. As looks like our players, they need a moment. They need a moment here to get ready to set up. I don't miss playing CBT on this map. True. Gonna try dark mode? No. All the light, papi. All the light. Aye. Oh. As we have our opponent. We have our, Protoss player. Did assume that from here on forward we're going to have nothing but Protoss. And here we go. It is going to be the power of Yuri. Let's go. In a ZVP. Now, have we featured Strange already in this tournament? I think we might have. If you remember, there was a player last night that was very fond of Glaive Adepts. In my mind, that might have been Strange, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how our player approaches this as we load into another older map. We're loading into Backwater. Jesus, it's been a long time. This is like, what, 2018? Jesus. As spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Backwater, we have our blue Zerg player, our current king of the hill, with 6 wins under his belt. It is Decepticon. Or is it? I think most people have an idea of who this is. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself, our new challenger. It is the power of Yuri. We go. And again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this initial series. As welcome to Backwater. It has been a long time here since we have featured this map in the map pool. As we have options when it comes to expanding and claiming a third base, we have almost like a pseudo pocket. I believe, yeah, this is a Reaper Cliff. Yeah, Reaper Cliff here into the pocket expansion. I remember. It's been a long time. But we're back. We're back in the water. Let's go. So now hatch gas full, standard open out of our Zerg player. Likewise, my eyes are on the Protoss. For how they open up, whether they play standard, whether they deviate. Let's go. In before UD Soldier, I think UD Soldier already played. I'm not certain on that one. I have to write down today's matches after this before we reveal everyone, just so we can compare. I don't think this is powered, by the way, not at all. If I didn't make that clear. I don't think this is powered. So far, though, going to be a standard opener. Do have our initial Stargate. Stargate opener out of our Protoss. I'm excited for the reveals at the end of this. All right, sorry if I didn't make this clear. If you're in the chat, exclamation mark, yes in the chat, and you can predict yourself if you feel confidence, or even no confidence, even if you want to just take a shot in the dark for some of these players, for Rue previously, for the next one, for Pokemon, for Solid Champ, for Memento, for Deception as well. I feel like Deception's the easy one. I feel like Deception's like for sure. But for the others as well, exclamation mark yes, there's a command, there's a Google form. You can predict. As a reminder, you do have to, the name is very sensitive in the sense that if you're predicting someone to be Wayne, then you can't type in Radita or Vanya. That will not count. You have to type in Wayne. If you type in, or if you're predicting like GG Machine for someone, then if you type in Machine, that won't work. You have to type in GG Machine. And I believe it also has to be, it is case sensitive from my understanding. So make sure you get that going as well. If you don't have like a keyboard that has Cyrillic on it, then you can copy paste the names from Wikipedia. At least from yesterday, all the names are there, so you just copy paste. Just as a heads up. Otherwise, here we go. It's going to be the Oracle opener. Third base on the way, going for the triangular third, going for the pocket base. Meanwhile, Twilight Council follow up here, and where is the Forge? Where are the upgrades? What's going on? So early Twilight Council out of our Protoss, very early Twilight Council. This does scream Glaive Adepts. Otherwise, we could see like a Robo follow-up into early Archons, into early Archon drop. Here we go. And again, the reason to predict is to earn some money. You can earn money on your predictions. I will say that I won't be submitting predictions. I don't know if that would be fair. It's for the viewers, not for the casters. So if you're out there, Good luck. Best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck if you're in the chat with your predictions. With your voting. With your guesses. But the reveal is going to be a lot of fun, for sure. For sure. As behind this, oh, we did have the Forge. My apologies, I didn't miss it, but the Forge was thrown down in the main. Also, it's going to be Blink and not Glaives from our Protoss player. Going to +1 Blink Stalker. Likewise, at F-Stage, we get collapsed upon. Nice cleanup here by our Zerg. Nice cleanup. Behind this, rushing to a very fast infestation bit. That is not normal. Sub 6 minutes. Going for the pits. Are we going to Swarm Host? This feels like Swarm Host. I mean, Backwater, because of the bases, because of the pocket base, Swarm Host, yeah, there we go. Swarm Host Nidus. Swarm Host Nidus is on the way. This makes the most sense on a map like Backwater. I mean, this position is prime for Locust Waves. 100%. I remember this back in the day, back when this map was in the map pool, going for Locust Waves into the main, going for Locust Waves here into the pocket base as well. Show also Swarm Host. Nidus almost done. Yeah, there it is. 6 Swarm Hosts on the way. Meanwhile, Oracles, they do go for the expansion. Trying to force a cancel. Do try to force it. Power of Yuri. Pulling back. Again, 10 Swarm Hosts on the way. Soldiers trying to force a cancel. There's only a handful of roaches. Glass transfuse. Keeping the base alive, and here comes that Nidus Worm. Here come the Swarm Hosts. Likewise, because we're going to Swarm Hosts, there's barely any roaches here. The base is gonna fall. And Power of Yuri can keep going from here. Takes down the base. There's a Locust Wave. From here, we can just keep trying to push in. Locust Wave does get into the mineral line. Probe's going down. Oof, takes down 8 workers. Nice blink control. Getting into the main. Very nice control. Catching us on the Ravagers. 1, 2 Ravagers going down. Oof, does try to blink away. Beating off a couple of links. Once again being forced back. Now bearing in mind that in today's broadcast there are 2 non-CIS players. And they could be anyone. From Europe, of course. Stalkers are getting called out. Oh. Roach is turning back around, catching out the Stalkers. 2, 3. Oh, as the Oracles do actually punish. Not bad. They try to punish, but you know what's down? The third base. The third base did go down. Yuri stuck on 2 bases. The power of Yuri. He needs more power. He's all in. Yeah, at this point, he's completely all in. He has to end the game here and now. Where are the defensive Storm Host? Roaches are falling. Storm Hosts are in the Nidus Worm. More roaches going down. And the power of Yuri is going to be enough. Here comes that Locust Wave. Has to respect it. Has to back off. Does pull away behind this at 9 gateways. Jesus. Was already going for a 3-base all-in. Blinks into the main. Once again, really nice blink control. Blinks into the main base. Shutting down the infestation pits. Once again, blinking away. Does pull out. Rotating back around. On the one hand, yes, the armor supply is heavily in favor of our Zerg player, but a lot of the supply are in the Swarm Hosts. Upgrades are being denied. Roach Warren goes down. Takes down the Roach Warren. Back at home. Ooh. Takes down the Nidus Warren, but the Locust Wave still gets in. Nice movement there from Yuri. catching up 5 probes. Stalkers once again pushing forward. Bleeding out some more Stalkers. And this is not good enough. Yeah, the Stalkers, they just don't do enough damage. Oracles are zoned away. Here, our blue Zerg still on 3 bases, but still able to max out. And still just popping off. Now it's time to counterattack. Remember, the Roach one was sniped, so there's no more Roaches, just pure Ling Hydra. A pure Ling Hydra Swarm Host. Once again, blinking into the main. Does blink in, saves what he can. Goes for a massive warp in. But again, these Stalkers, they just don't really scale well against Ling Hydra. Force the recall. Stalkers are being shut down. Our blue Zerg does clean up. Locust waves are continuing. Again, we are just running out of steam. And there's no saving this. Locust wave into the natural. Ling Hydra towards the 3rd. And there are how many Stalkers left? There are 29. I mean, that's a lot of Stalkers. 29 Stalkers. It's a lot, but not enough. It's trying to buy time, dragging away the army. Ling Hydra pushing forward. Catching out more Stalkers. And GG gets called. Alas, our Zerg player does overwhelm, and Decepticon will claim another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And again, on the one hand, like, solid play here, solid performance by Decepticon, but the problem here is that we are seeing so little of his opponents that it's so hard to determine who that is. Like, I was very impressed by Power of Yuri's blink control, for example. Did have a lot of solid blink control. Again, didn't look too bad whatsoever, but got shut down, got pulled apart by the Swarm Host, of course, and that's the only game. That's the only game we get to experience of the Power of Yuri, so we have so little to work off of. If you're confident though, exclamation mark, guess in the chat. Place your bets, or I should say, place your prediction on who you think that was, and who you think was playing under the name of Power of Yuri. Best of luck in the chat. Again, if I didn't make this go, because I don't think I went over the details of it, but basically there is a big prediction game going on at the moment, and the person with the most accurate, the most amount of accurate of correct predictions in the chat will earn some money, will earn some prize money. I think it's top 2. I think top 2. They earn some prize money for the most amount of correct predictions. As a reminder, you can't spam predictions because the first one you lock in for a player. It's set in stone. Any future predictions that you try to place after that are going to be void. They're going to be null. So one prediction per player is all you get. So you got to be certain, you got to be sure when you do predict as to who a player is. You got to be confident. So best of luck with those predictions, as that takes us into our 18th best of 1. And we're nearing the end of the broadcast. Are nearing the end. We go. So here we go. We are setting up, and we do have our next challenger here. It is going to be unfair. Okay. I appreciate it. A Terran. I think. No, whoa. Another Zerg? This is getting out of hand. Okay, another Zerg player here. Another ZVZ. This is Zerg number 6. 100% at least one of these Zergs that we featured in this tournament is not from the CIS region. 100%. There aren't that many Zergs in it. Let's go. Like that again, as I mentioned before, that's why I'm thinking of players like Fiant, I'm thinking of players like Mixu, players like Iba. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. As we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Cyberforce, gee, it's also, this is another old map. Oh my god, very old map. But we're about to jump into our next ZVZ. Decepticon versus Unfair, beautiful. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Cyberforce, we have the blue Zerg player, the current king of the hill with 7 wins under his belt. It is Decepticon. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our new challenger here. We have the would-be usurper, the yellow Zerg player. It is Unfair. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As we are setting up and settling in. And again, welcome one all to Cyberforce. If you're in the chat, predictions are open on whether you think who will win this series and who will take this best of one. Best of luck in the chat. But Cyberforce was also in the map pool many years ago. Does have a very narrow choke point. Look at how narrow this feels illegal. Like what is this natural? Like we never see a ramp coming into the natural this narrow anymore. This is a thing from years gone by. This is not acceptable nowadays in the current meta. That's crazy. That's like, you can never break this? That's like one force field. That's crazy. That's insane. Ay. Gonna be some off-race Zergs. I would assume no. I would assume just again. Remember, some European Zerg players can step in. I would not have that as my first guess. I mean, you can go for it, but I mean, I don't know if I would waste a prediction being like, oh, that must be ShoWTimE. Oh god, off racing a Zerg. It's crazy. I'm sorry, I'm just distracted by the ramp. Here we go, third base on the way. So far, hatch gas pull into a third base. Standard opener here, going into early roach. Oh, never mind. Going into an early roach warren. Lorimbo, is that you? No shot they would drag Lorimbo out for this. That'd be amazing. I think Lorimbo, he's more of like a 12 pooler. He's more of like a 13-12, 14-14 kind of guy. Regardless, going for an all-in. Roach rush. Roach rush here from Unfair. No bailings. Meanwhile, 2-base play here from our blue Zerg. Is walling up. Jeez, look how narrow this is. It's crazy. It's a ramp as well. Like, are we really gonna try to all in up this ramp? I mean, again, bearing in mind that our blue Zerg player Decepticon, he's playing 2-base. He's not expanding. He's playing 2-base Roach. He's securing himself on 2 bases, but he is droning. True, he's droning up. He's taking gases. He hasn't confirmed what's going on. He saw the third, so he's assuming droning. There it is. Wall of spines. He fully walls off. Wall of spines are on the way. He has a full wall. And here comes the all-in. It's all or nothing. Overlord's being hunted down. Ling Roach pushing forward. Unfair does cut workers at 25. And is this unfair? Can he do this? Can he bring down Decepticon? Is he our Optimus Prime? Or is he Shia LaBeouf? Is he Sam Witwicky? As he does start to step in, the spine coolers are done. Yeah, spine coolers are complete. The wall did buy time. And there's no breaking this. Yeah, there's no breaking this. The spine coolers, they stand strong here. And Decepticon does survive with a greater economy, with a better economy, a better worker count. He's on 3 gases. He has a lair. He's getting into Roach upgrades. +1 range, Roach speed. And the all-in fails. Oof. The all-in does fail. As we mentioned, like here, specifically on Cyberforest, this natural looks so difficult to all-in into. I mean, when we remember, I was shocked about it at the start of the game. But it's just such a narrow ramp. Emphasis on ramp of all things. Like such a narrow choke point, such a narrow ramp here, pushing into the natural base. With that, Decepticon does hold. We have a Spire behind this as well. And Unfair has some training to do. We got a lot of droning to do here. Aye. So now, does delay the expansion. I mean, that's something, does delay. And right now, the problem is, I was about to say that it's all unfair to contain on 2 bases, to delay the third, to poke in, and to try to buy time to recover economically. The problem is that Decepticon is going for a Spire and is going into Mutas. The problem is that it's not about a Roach push, it's going to be about the Muta switch. Now, the upgrades are still finishing. Roach speed is done for Decepticon, +1 range on the way as well. Is building up his army. And how many queens do we have? 2. Oh, not even 3. 2 queens for unfair. That's all the anti-air. 2 queens. 2 queens, 0 spores, no hydrogen, of course, as there's scouting. Unfair is going for an all-in, though. No drones. Likewise, right? No queens, also no drones, no saturation. Unfair, after the first failed all-in, is going for a second all-in. You get spotted. You get spotted by the changeling. Mutas move out. Lings, they slip in. Oh, that should not have happened. The wall was not a wall. Lings, they slip into the main. They're going to be cleaned up. Here comes the Roach army. Again, it's all or nothing for unfair. And Mutas, they catch the tail end of the Roaches. But this could still be enough. Unfair, he's got 30 Roaches against 19. Gets into the mineral line, but he needs more than this. He needs more than just drones. He has to break the main army. There we go. Stutter sets forward, collapses on the Roaches. Flash Transfuse does save one a little bit longer. Mutas, they will eventually clean this all up. That's going to be every queen falling. But he's running out of steam. He's running out of Roaches here. What's scary is that Unfair just killed 12 drones. Decepticon still up in workers. He still has a better economy. He's on 47 drones compared to the 44 of his opponents. That's just how little economy Unfair had. That's how all-in he was. And the all-in is failing. The all-in is failing here. I have my prediction on who Unfair is, by the way. Oh, actually, no, I think I do. Yeah. I think I do. I think the biggest problem, like when we do our reveal, I want to give like my rationale for my picks before we like reveal who it actually is. But it's gonna be difficult because this is 21 players. It's gonna be difficult to remember every single one. It's not gonna be easy. So now the mutas are going to be zoned away. Decepticon, he does snowball out of control from here. Again, there's just nothing left. There's nothing left here. The base is going to go down. We have attempted Hydra production, but it's not about the mutas, not anymore. Now it's about the Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager pushes forward, deals with all these Hydras. Again, Hydras in a head-to-head fight, they cannot take it. Not to Roach Ravager. And the Hydras, they all just crumble. They all just crumble at this point. Mutas now, they come in to collapse on the mutas. GG gets called, and Decepticon takes down Unfair, claiming another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Can anyone stop this man? GG, well played. With that, Decepticon does claim another win. Oh. Let's go. Decepticon does claim another win. Unfair does go down, and now we have 2 players remaining. 2 players left to go here, as we're getting into our 19th best of 1 out of 20. Getting into match 19. Oh boy. No shot there's ever going to be another Zerg player. No shot. But here we go. Here we go. We are setting up. So 2 players remaining, and I feel like the last remaining 2, they have to be Protoss, right? Like I feel like we got a lot of Protosses in the backlog that have yet to show themselves. Regardless, so if you have an idea of who Unfair was, exclamation mark yes in the chat, so you can get your prediction in on who you believe that final player was, or that last player was, who was Unfair. As we get ready for our next matchup. Our next best of 1. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have the rest, or the remainder of the broadcast of the 2 games. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final best of one of the tournament of the Anonymous Cup. Again, a very unique tournament where we have no idea who the players are outside of how they play, their performances, and their gameplay here in the Anonymous Cup, where we decide, we predict, we guess who they are. And this is it, the final best of one. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Thunderbird, we have the blue Zurich player. He has been on a tear, winning game after game after game in this King of the Hill format. Can anyone stop him? As he has 8 wins. 8 wins under his belt. It's the blue Zurich. It is Decepticon. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Terror. Oh, the Terror, not the Protoss. Okay. We have the red Terran player. What's he called? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with Cyrillic, but it's our red Terran. Hold on, I'll do this. Red Terran, beautiful. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our final best of one of the broadcast. I did mention that there should be 2 more best of ones remaining, but there is a caveat to that. Alas, we do have alas, the start of the broadcast was delayed because we were missing a player. Because we were missing a player, it means that we did actually miss a best of one. So one best of one is removed as one of the players was not available here. So because of that, this is the final best of one of the event. Oh boy, here we go. And already, welcome on all to Thunderbird. Once again, it's been a long time since we've been on Thunderbird. Once again, another older map in the map pool. The SME does mine through the center of the map. We do have a double gas opener out of our Terran player. Racks expand, yes, but we'll see where this leads us. As the SME does poke out, does get eyes on the setup. So far, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Zurich player. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas. Third base is going to be taken. We have the eBay block here. Okay. eBay block at the third. Very cheeky. You have my attention. Oh my god, does force a cancel. That is not normal. That is... Hello. Terran. That is not normal to even block the third base, by the way. I can think of a player that does that. Interesting. As Reaper does pull away. Likewise, we are going to be building up back at home, securing our bases, getting ourselves ready. Oh, that's we're going for Link Flood. Oh my god, we're just gonna end it quick. Here we go. 12, 14 Lings on the way. 16 Lings are on the way. Behind this, we have our follow-up here. It is going to be a 3CC into 111. But the early Lings, they are going to pose a threat, and they can completely catch the Terran player off guard. Uh-oh. As Link speed is about to finish, we are moving out across the map. Lings, they poke in. They will disrupt the initial economy here, but this actually already does allow our Terran player to fully wall off. Like, we've already shown our hand a little bit here. I say that the wall is lowered. The wall is lowered. Lings are ready. Hellion perks out. And Decepticon does commit. Does dive in. Going for the Hellions. Does go for the Hellions, does get into the middle line, but so far, nice worker control, nice defense. Yeah, the drone drilling is on point. And Lings are cleaned up, a clean defense here from our Terran. Again, it did feel like our Zerg player here was just a little bit too over eager when it came to pushing in. Looking at the traits, 20 Lings for 1 SCV. For 1 SCV, ay. So strong defense here from the Terran. Behind this, Overlord is being shut down. Hellions are moving out. Hellions, they do threaten the wall. Last Queens, they can hold their own. What do we have? We have middle passages towards left-hand side. So a pretty secure, very secure third base, actually. Almost a pocket third, really. Because there's only one entrance. And you just expand. You can play gasless on this map. Jesus. You can play gasless. This map is crazy. And there are just so many mineral walls everywhere here. Another wall towards the center. Another wall in the center. Rocks as well. From here we're setting up. We are setting up. Lands to threaten the base. Landed Viking Rats in the main. Is shut down. And from here we're building up. And I will say that the Terran player is in a better position, for sure. Like, Terran player is in a better position. And on top of that, Thunderbird, again, this is just such a secure expansion. Like, there's no chance for a Ling run by, a Bailing run by. Like, this is a very defensive three-base setup. It shows how old the map is, as this is often not really seen in modern StarCraft. Having this secure of a three-base setup, this is very like King's Cove or Neo Violet Square or Abyssal Reef. As the Terran is safe, yeah, very safe. From here can start working on a 4th CC, 5 rack setup up and running. Like, typically Ling Ramais would threaten and would harass these bases, but that should not happen here. Meanwhile, Decepticon getting into his own Ling main, getting to double upgrades into 1-1. Drones are getting roasted, getting 2 drones so far. Nice kiting here from our Terran. Kites well. Does kite well for himself. From here, pulls away, rotates over. Knocking down those rocks. Are getting knocked down. Likewise, Lings, they attempt to counterattack. They do sit by. They get spotted. Do we commit? Do we commit? Do we turn back around? Behind this, we are 8-raxing. 3 base all in out of the Terran. Lings, they will hit the third, but we have plenty of reinforcements. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. The Hellbats, they have arrived. They have transformed. Oh. Bailings, trying to connect. Decent splits. Yeah, the splits, they are good enough. We have more Lings coming in. But here come the reinforcements, and they will save the tanks. 1 tank goes down, the other to survive. We have the attempted mule to repair, but this is going to be the end of the Decepticons here, as it's him. He's made it. It's Optimus. He sims on forward, and what is it to defend? There are a couple of Bailings, true. A couple of Bailings do more fin. We have some Hydras to defend as well. Again, this is an AMAX, this is a 3-base all in. He throws down the mule hammer. But you're an animal in more ways than one. We'll get into it. Oh my god. No splits towards the end. Uh-oh. No splits. Yo, we're like overconfidence here out of the Terran. Oh, the juggling though. The juggling is real. GG gets called. And with that, the reign of terror of the Decepticons is over. And we have our Red Terran claiming the final win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Red Terran. I don't know what it translates to. I apologize. I think there's one in the chat, maybe. Optimus Prime. There you go. But GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to our Red Terran. And with that, that is going to be the conclusion of the Anonymous Cup. That is all 19 best of ones. Remember, 19, not 20. It was going to be 20, but one of the players was otherwise missing in action, so we didn't miss a match. We didn't miss a best of one, but 19. Oh, is it actually Optimus Prime? I was memeing. Is that what that is? Let's go. Let's go. It's, for those who don't know, apparently the translation of that Cyrillic name is Optimus Prime. Oh, we were joking, but okay. Let's go. Optimus, he does it, baby. He does it. Beautiful, beautiful. The memes are real. The memes are real. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations. He does it for the Autobots. Yes, let's go. And if you're in the chat, if you have, I have a pretty strong idea of who that was, by the way. If you're in the chat, place your predictions. Get your guess going. Exclamation mark guess in the chat to not just guess this player, but all the players that you can. Even if you're maybe like half certain about some players, it's worth it just to, you know, just to take a shot in the dark. Take a shot in the dark and go for that prediction as to who you believe some of these players were. Go for it, Pappy. Go for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, Optimus Prime, he's going to be our final King of the Hill. And I think there are some obvious ones, but let's wind it back. Also, I have to write down my own picks, actually. I have to fix up some of these as well. Okay. Now, something that I have to bear in mind here is to remember, for today's broadcast, specifically for today's broadcast, there are 2 players that are not from the CIS region. True. And I'm pretty sure one of the Zergs, players is not from the CIS region. At least one, maybe 2. And, oh god, whether it's Fiant, whether it's, Mixu, I did have a prediction earlier, actually, last night. Also for yesterday's broadcast. For one of the Zerg players, actually. Yeah, I think. But yeah, with that, you still have some time. You still have some time to get your predictions going for who you think some of these players were, for who you think Tempest was, Fata Morgana was, for who you think Sante, Reina, Kairos, Not a Barcode, Lady Gaga, Ludwig Cursed as well, Memento Mori, 5-Star Family. I have a hard time with 5-Star Family, not gonna lie. I don't, you know, my shot in the dark. Zerg players in the EU that would play in this tournament. I'm gonna say Fiant. I'm gonna say Fiant for that one. that's a shot in the dark. Not gonna lie. For 5-Star Family. Oh god, I'm so uncertain about that one. Power of Yuri. Hold on. What game was Power of Yuri on? Power of Yuri, that was the ZVP on Backwater against the Swarm hosts. Who is Power of Yuri? That really sold Blink Control. I think Power of Yuri, I was thinking, in my mind, maybe Fire. Like, just because, like, I need another non-CIS player, right? And I think a lot of my predictions are, like, UED Soldier, Replicant, Night Phoenix, Wayne, Nikic, Nicaract. Or could it be Sebestes? Oof, maybe. Like, Sebestes could have played in this tournament as well. Who's more likely, Sebestes or Fire? Or am I missing someone? MaNa? MaNa could have played. The problem is that the winner, like, again, like, specifically for today's matches, for today's Protoss players, we barely got to see them. We barely got to see what these Protoss players are made of. There were some shorter games. Like, was there enough in that Swarm host game where you can, like, accurately or with confidence predict one of these guys? He didn't play like MaNa. Nah, no shot. I can say that. I can for the ZVP. Nah, he didn't play like MaNa. MaNa, he plays more of an Archon heavy style. No Blink Stalker like that. Okay, shot in the dark, Fire. That's what I'm going for. Everything's showing from the Zergs. Obviously, I think I do think Decepticon is Wayne. I think that's an easy one. I think, right? I was kind of like dancing around saying it, but like I think Decepticon is very clearly Wayne. You see a strong showing from Zergs. It was only one Zerg player winning. It was just Wayne popping off. Like, I'm pretty certain that was Wayne. I think most people can assume that. Oh. 3 non-Protoses last time. I think I've got them locked in as well. Alright, so best of luck with your predictions with your Gamba. I think we're going to reveal in like a couple of minutes. In a couple of minutes we'll do the reveal. Okay. So I'm just messaging. I'm messaging MaNa so we can do the reveal together. We can reveal together, papi. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We can reveal together. Also, I'm aware that the RSL qualifiers are around the corner. We'll wrap up this first, and then we'll switch over to RSL. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't want to feel too rushed, but yeah, we could maybe miss the first round of RSL. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Who's playing in RSL today? I'm sure a lot of these players will play 100%. A lot of these guys will step in. Who do we have? We have ShoWTimE, Baby Marine, Sebestis, Shameless, Night Phoenix. Hacker is top. Scarlett is playing tonight. Let's go. Mixu. Inexorable. It's a stacked bracket. It's stacked. I believe it's top 2. Make it through RSL. Yeah, top 2. So we might miss the first round of the RSL qualifier. But it's okay. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Santa yesterday did a good job too. He did. Santa did well. Oh, okay, let's go. Okay, it's time to reveal. It's time to reveal. Okay, from the top. Last night, let us switch our scenes over here to the reveal page. Okay, so so we did have last night. We had day one. It all began with Solana versus Fata Morgana. Now, if you remember, I was locked in initially on Fata Morgana being Spirit. I'm pretty sure Spirit played in this tournament. I'm pretty certain Spirit played in game 1. And I was almost 100% locked in that Spirit was Fata Morgana. By now, guesses they're locked in. They're locked in. We're done with the predictions. Now it's time for the reveals. So I was pretty certain initially that it was Fata Morgana. But then someone in the chat, I think Simbi did bring up Baby Marine. And I was like, oh, true. Like it's like an Italian name, and and based on their playstyle, I can see that being Baby Marine. So I had a hard time. In the end, I went for Fata Morgana being Baby Marine and MaNa being Spirit. That's what I settled on. But it could be the other way around. But I settled on Baby Marine being Fata Morgana first. Meanwhile, Coco, who did I go for Coco? Coco, I went for Coco being GG Machine. If you remember, GG Machine, that was on Last Fantasy. That was on Last Fantasy where the Zerg player was playing really well, but they were being torn apart. Like, they were being torn apart by the aggression of Fata Morgana. And because of that, they did seem a little bit weaker than a YoungYakov or a Wayne. So for Coco, I went for GG Machine there. For Solana, Solana was a hard one. Solana played really well, actually. Solana played so good against Fata Morgana in game 1. Eventually was torn apart and overwhelmed. I don't know who to put there. I left that blank. I my mind, I can't think. I have a hard time for that one. Oof. I can see that being Skillless, for example. Like or art. I can see that being art as well. But I had a really hard time going for Solana. Yeah, I had a really hard time with that one. Tempest, 100% shameless. It has to be. It has to be. Tempest has to be shameless. Tempest, if you remember, Tempest was the player that kept throwing down the sprays. So I easily locked in shameless for Tempest. Next we had another Protoss, Afo. I had, again, I left that blank. Solana and Afo, mate. Like, we barely got to see them in those games. Like, there wasn't too much like to distinguish them from each other. So I had a hard time with that one. Reyna, because I went Baby Marine for Fata Morgana. For Reyna, I went Spirit. Sante, for Sante, initially I thought Wayne. And I had a hard time between Wayne, between YoungYakov, between Mixu as well, or maybe European Zerg player. Specifically, I'm pretty sure Wayne is not Sante, obviously. Wayne, I'm pretty sure, is Decepticon. So if that's Wayne, I'm going for the wildcard pick of Mixu for that one. Well, I could be Fiant. I think that's a European Zerg. I think that's a European Zerg player. I think Santa's a European Zerg player, not a CIS Zerg player. I don't think he was playing like YoungYakov. I don't think. I think YoungYakov was one of the ZVZ boys today. I think I looked YoungYakov as unfair. I think YoungYakov was unfair in my mind. We had Lady Gaga was obviously Gref. Lady Gaga was cannon rushing, so that was obviously Gref. Not a barcode. Did I put not a barcode? In my mind, if you remember, not a barcode was the player that went into the late game on Eternal Empire against Sante. For me, it was a toss-up. Like, he played really well in the late game. One of two players, Skillless or Geralt. Skillless or and I looked in Geralt. I looked in Geralt for not a barcode. That was the hyper late game on Eternal Empire. Memorable, true. But I looked in Geralt for that one. Who else did we have? We had Ludwig Cursed. I went Art. Ludwig Cursed, because they called each other out, so I was like, it's probably Art. Memento Mori, I went UD Soldier. 5-star Family, I went Fiance. I had Replicant, Night Phoenix. I had Night Phoenix for Solid Champ. I was tempted for a Skillless pick there, but I went Night Phoenix for Solid Champ. Obviously Wayne for Decepticon. Next one, I went Nikic for next one, based on his play. For Rue, the Terran player, I went for Nicaract. For Unfair, YoungYakov. For Optimus Prime at the end, Milky Cow. That I'm pretty sure that was Milky Cow at the end, by the way. But we'll see, because we're gonna find out together. Here. Let's go. Oh, I have to download this. Sorry, I'm downloading the files that has all their names. That has the revelation. Ah. Can I do this? Okay, up first. Oh my god! Okay, out of left field here. All right, from the top. What's the best way of doing this? Because it's an image file. Oof. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm gonna be lazy with this one, just because I can't be bothered introducing another source. Okay, up first we have Fata Morgana. For me it was a toss up. Between. God, I've been so sneezy today. For me it was a toss up between Spirit and Baby Marine. But fun fact, no, it was neither one, actually. It was neither one. Out of left field, for me at least. Very impressive with how he was playing. I'm very impressed. Will this show? Bam. Can you see him? That's Nicaract. Fata Morgana. That was Nicaract. Oh my, also there's a big cat as well. Okay, so I was completely off on that one. I was thinking of Nickrat initially, but like based on their play, like I wasn't really getting Nickrat vibes. Like Nickrat, he's so aggressive. He's so in your face as well. So I wasn't really committing to Nickrat. I was flirting with the idea, but no, I thought we saw him later. Remember, I went for Rue for Nickrat instead. So okay, so we got Nickrat as Fata Morgana. Yo, so who was Baby Marine Reyna then? Hold on, let's find out. Up next we have Solenia. Okay. This had to go on, I think, is YoungYakov, but could also be Wayne. Nah, I think it was Wayne. But true, it could be YoungYakov. But first we had Nickrat. Up next we have Solana. Solana was oh my, that was one of the EU players, the Hydra. Okay. That was the non-EU player. One of the three. So Hydra did come out. Went down to Nickrat. There we go. Did have Hydra as Solenia. Up next, we had Coco. Coco, I think I had pinned as GG Machine. No. Oh, a player that I would never have guessed this. Okay. I mean, was looking impressive. Coco was... Vaxuru, I believe. Vax. I think I've seen him in qualifiers for 5 Grow Cup before, but there you go. Again, wasn't looking bad at all in that series, or in that game, against Nickrat of all players. Not looking bad. Up next was Tempest. Tempest was the player you could use as bracket team for this. I mean, I don't have an image source for that. I would have to... hold on. Hold on, I'll try and get that going. I'll try and fix that up. Actually, I can I can repurpose some stuff, I think. Alright, up next was Tempest. Tempest, I felt like, was shameless. Yeah, that was the easy one. There it is. Oh. Bam, there we go. Shameless. He was Tempest. I mean, that was an easy one. Because of the sprays and the play style. Like, we called Shameless really early for that one. So Shameless, yep, was Tempest. No surprise there. Who's next? Up next we had Afo. Afo had a really hard time picking. That was a Protoss player. Rostock! Oh, yo, the Terminator. Rostock did step in. Alright, who's next? Hold on, there are just so many files to go through. That was Rostock. Shackdoll. Beautiful. Okay. So we had Rostock as our 5th player. Up next was Reyna. If you remember, I had a hard time picking between Baby Marine and Spirit for this one. Moja! Okay, Moja was Reyna instead. Yo, we got Moja involved. Let's go. So Reyna was Moja instead. Yo, dude, does that mean we didn't have Spirit? I thought for certain we would have Spirit just because Indy was there. Okay, never mind. Moja played well. Moja played very well. Big shout to Moja. Up next was Sante. Sante, in my mind, was an EU player. Oh, wait, no. Yo, Sante, GG Machine. Okay, who did I have as Sante? Mixu. Okay. Yo, GG Machine, he popped off. He was looking very impressive. Remember, I thought GG Machine was the Zerg player that went down earlier. that went down. I thought that was Coco. Okay. Very impressive play there by GG Machine. Let's go. As up next we had a Kairos. I think Kairos, was he the one that that went for the Glaive Up build? Was he in my mind? Oh, Kairos was Art. Okay, I think in my mind I thought it was Strange. Okay, Art was Kairos. Okay. Up next was Kairos. Then we had Not a Barcode. In my mind, Not a Barcode, that was Geralt, right? In my mind. Yeah, Geralt. So Not a Barcode, if you remember, he was the Protoss player on Eternal Empire. So in my mind, I had a toss-up between Skillus and Geralt, and I settled on Geralt. I remember people in the chat were being like, oh, is that ShoWTimE? No, Geralt. So we got that one. So we got Geralt. We've gotten some of these correct. Who's up next? Lady Gaga, that's going to be Gref, 100%. Yeah, Lady Gaga was Gref. That was an easy one. Everyone got Gref there. And the next one was Ludwig Curse, the player that knocked Gref out. Unity Soldier. Okay, Unity Soldier got him. There you go. Este Unity. He had the defensive cannon rush. Nice. Okay, I think the biggest surprise to me was Nicaract. Like Nicaract, he was like out of left field, which means Baby Marine did not play day one. He didn't play. He's crazy. Did not play day one, which means did he not play day two? Yo, we were so convinced that he was one of the Terrans. He didn't play, Pat. He didn't play. Place for you to choose any image. Okay. Meanwhile, we have today's matches. Who's up next? Sorry, it's just a lot of files. It's a little bit messy. Now, there was a player that that didn't play today, remember? So there was a player that didn't play, that didn't compete. Just as a heads up. Extracting all the files. All the files. They're all encrypted, Pappy. Let's go. But we do have... There we go. Up first. Ascension YoungYakov. Wait, was he... Did he play today? Did he... Or was he the one that was gone? Was he in our first series? Oh, I thought YoungYakov was someone else. Okay. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. This is I thought it was Wayne. I thought it was no. YoungYakov popped off. Okay, YoungYakov. That was Decepticon. I see. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, YoungYakov, not Wayne. Yo, he's crazy. He played in our tournament, then straight into this. The stamina, Bobby. The stamina. Next was 5-Star Family. 5-Star Family was Wayne. We started with Wayne. Oh my god. I thought 5-Star Family was. I went Fiant. I went Fiant for that one. Okay. Wayne got knocked out early on. That was the ZVZ on Near Humanity. Next was Solar Champ. In my mind, this was Power. Hey, we spoke about Power earlier. We were like, Power of Yuri is not Power. Power of Yuri, sorry, Power was Solo Champ. Okay, okay. I had that as Night Phoenix. Did Night Phoenix not play? So we had Solo Champ. Up next, we had Replicant. I think I did have it as Replicant, right? Yeah. I had I wrote down PYC Replicant. Yeah, we got him. We got it. So we got Replicant. He was PYC. He was the Terran player on Jagannatha, I believe. Terran player on Jagannatha. Went for Replicant for him. Up next, we had next one. Next one, we went Nikic for this one. Yeah, Nikic. Yeah, we know him. We know him, pal. We know him. Okay, 2 for 2. Next one, Nikic. Up next was... Who was next? The next one, Rue. Now, Rue I'm not getting correct, because Rue I went Nicarat, and Nicarat already played. So who was Rue? Baby Marine! Okay, there he is. God damn. Baby Marine was Rue. I thought Baby Marine was Nicarat, and I thought Nicarat was Baby Marine. I had them switched. I had them flipped. God damn it. All these Terran players, they look the same. I had them the wrong way around. Okay. Up next was Power of Yuri. I had Qualifier for this. So I had a really hard time for that. I was thinking a European Protoss, but that was Night Phoenix. God, because I was so sure that the previous Protoss was Night Phoenix. God, okay. So he did play tonight. I thought Solar Champ was Night Phoenix. Power of Yuri was the Protoss player on Backwater. So that was Night Phoenix. Then we had Memento Mori. This one, who did I have? I had UD Soldier for this, which clearly it's not. Printf. That was that was the, oh my god, that was the macro cannon rush. That was the mate, out of left field. Printf. Wait, where's Printf from? Is he European? I thought it was American. What the hell? Hold on. Ref. Hold on. Mate, how is Printf here? He's American. He's not European. Yo, wait, hold on. I call shenanigans on this one. Hold on. We were told it was for today. It was supposed to be purely CIS players and 2 Europeans. Okay, we don't think you had Americans here. Oh my god. Printf. Does he have like long lost, like Ukrainian citizenship? Is that what's happening? Are we finding that out here today? Aye. I'm shenanigans, man. Shenanigans. But that was Printf, and who's up next? We had the final player. Now I had assumed the final player was Milky Cow. Yeah, that was easy. The final player, Optimus Prime. This is Optimus Prime, Milky Cow. That was when I saw him open up. Oh, good. When I saw him open up with the eBay, if you remember, I was saying, yo, not many people do this. Going for the eBay block opener, that screen Milky Cow, and then with like the mules as well. Yeah, Milky Cow. We got that one. So we didn't really get that many correct. We got Milky Cow, we got Nikic, we got Geralt. We had Baby Marine and Nicarak switch. We had them flipped. We got Shameless. Shameless was the easy one. We got Gref. We got a handful of them. Got a couple of them. But GG. No Spirit played. Geralt did. We had Wayne and YoungYakov flipped. In a way, I had to hide Gref's identity amongst the cannon rushes. The red Harry. What do you mean? I think chat's catching up with Printf. We were told there were no Americans in this tournament. Oh no. We were lied to. We were deceived. Hatsu was the Decepticon all along. True. The real Decepticon. He was warmed up in the tuna. He was. It was all warmed up. But yeah, Yakov, he played really well. I thought it was Wayne. So I had them in the wrong place. But regardless, GG will play again. A lot of fun here today, going over the Anonymous Cup. Yeah, some really solid play from players like Moja, players like Nickrat, of course. Shout out to Baby Marine showing up earlier as well. GG. Some names out of left field, like Printef. Shaking my head. But with that, we're wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up. Now, we do have another broadcast. We are a little bit late to the RSL qualifier, but we are going to be switching over to the RSL. So we're going to be going over the European qualifier for the Revival StarCraft 2 League. We got you covered. But I do need a couple of moments here to set up all the overlays, and to get everything ready for the rest of the broadcast. For our final broadcast, our third broadcast of the day. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. But here we go. So yeah, we're going to be going on a break. We'll see you guys soon after the break with our next tournament with the RSL. Also, a big shout to MaNa, big shout to Hatsu as well, for, of course, for organizing, for adminning, and for hosting the event. It was a lot of fun. A lot of people had so much fun when it came to trying to guess, trying to predict, and yeah, it'll be cool to find out who got the most amount of predictions correct and who actually walks away with some prize money. Hope everyone in the chat did well for themselves. Hope everyone in the chat did well for themselves. And with that, wrapping up. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with the RSL. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our third broadcast of the day. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup into the Anonymous Cup into the 2025 RSL Revival Season 1 Europe Server Qualifier. Again, the RSL is an event that has been brought together by those in Korea, by Tasteless, by State, by Gemini, by Ziggy. A lot of people behind the scenes working on this event, a lot of passion behind the scenes as well in this event. If you want to help support this event, !RSL to be able to support them via Patreon. Otherwise, we are here to determine which 2 players from the European qualifier will make it through into the main event. Let's go. Let us go. We already wrapped up the Asia server qualifier yesterday and the NA server qualifier the day before that. So this is the final qualifier before invites get sent out. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Italian Terran player, the Roo himself. Oh my god. Down in the series though, we'll see if he can bounce back. For Streamer Zone, it is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. It is Strange, who strangely enough did not play in the Anonymous Cup. Did not play. I thought for sure would. For now, we do open up with an A-Way block here on the low ground. Again, we missed out on game 1. The event did already begin as we were in the middle of our tournament, as we were wrapping up the Anonymous Cup. But we are here to jump in. Be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves to catch up on the bracket to figure out where we are headed. Also, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will make it through into the quarterfinals. Get your gamba going. As of course, Strange is up in the series. He's up in the series. And we'll see how he does follow this up. We'll see how he does follow this up. For now, we do have our natural out of Strange, forced to expand elsewhere. Meanwhile, we do have the gas steal across. Let's go. Going for the gas steal, just being a bit of an annoyance here. Just going to be delaying the gas. Is going to be disrupting the build of Baby Marine, keeping a 1 gas for as long as possible. As it does go for his racks into factory. eBay almost incomplete. And already a bit of a Strange follow-up here, or at least causing a bit of chaos. We have delayed gases out of our Terran and awkward expansion out of our Protoss. Here we go. But again, the StarCraft does continue. Strange holding himself with a proxy across the map to reinforce the warp in. We'll see if he does commit into gateways to try to punish his opponent, try to punish Baby Marine. We'll see if he can. Behind this Adept does threaten the shade. Does threaten. Hellions will clean up. We'll shut this down. No, I was gonna say no crazy follow-up here, but never mind. That is very early stim out of Baby Marine. Rushing into stim before the starport, before any other tech, any other follow-up. So insanely fast stim. Hellions, they force the recall. Behind this, the gateway is soon to finish, and Baby Marine, he does not know. He does not notice that gateway. He's moving out towards the third to punish this economy. An economy that isn't really there. There's 2 probes. They are being one-shot. Both workers go down. Stalkers, they warp across the map. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's 2 Marines. And there's going to be a 3rd Marine momentarily. Hellions are across the map. They can bust into the main. They can head straight into the main base instead. Marines are falling. The wall is open. More Stalkers are waddling in. And Hellions, they're going for the mineral line. Probes are lining up. 5, 6, 7 worker kills so far. Oh my god, the mineral line's just getting roasted. It's getting shut down. 13 probe kills at the same time across the map. Stalkers, they're also wreaking havoc. Stim is still not yet complete. Marauder has arrived. Nice target firing. Gets 1 Stalker. Gets 2. Takes down 2 Stalkers, and the Marauder's on the way. Stalker, there is underneath that add-on. Or next to the add-on underneath the building. And can he deny Stim? Looks like he will. We rushed it. The whole purpose of this build was to rush into Stim. And Stim is barely going to be saved. Another Marauder has arrived. More SCVs going to be going down. But there are just so many Stalkers. There are too many Stalkers here. Baby Marine, he's being overwhelmed. Being forced back. More boys being pulled. Cyclone has arrived. But there are so many Stalkers. There are just far too many. The Cyclone goes down and Strange has done it. He's done it. He has control of the main base, control of the main. GG and Strange. He will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. A very awkward game state, a very uncomfortable game is what I will say when it comes to the initial, of course, eBay block to force the unnatural natural, but Strange, he responded with a gas steal with a proxy across the map that went unscouted, and then we had a lot of chaos. Probes were going down, or SCVs were going down left and right. In the other, Strange had an army that could build up over time. He had Stalkers and they could gain value over time, that can build up as a force, and with that it was able to overwhelm. With that, GG well played. Strange does take the series 2-0. Congratulations. As Strange does take the series, and with that, Strange will take the series, and Strange already has his next opponent. Let's catch up on the bracket. My condolences to Baby Marine. Again, Baby Marine, he's a solo player. It was great to see him in the Anonymous Cup as well, but alas, it does fall here in the round of 16. And I wish the best to Baby Marine in the future when it comes to upcoming tournaments, upcoming qualifiers, upcoming matches. I'm sure we'll see more Baby Marine in the future. For now, though, we're going to be heading over to the brackets. Let's go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. From the top, we do have some updates. We have Mocha. Mocha takes down Troublemaker 2-0. Mocha up against ShoWTimE in the quarterfinals. Nickrak takes down Art 2-0, waiting for the winner of ShoWTimE and Mocha. Scarlett takes down Inexorable 2-0. Big win there for Scarlett. And up next, we have our next series. We have a ZVP between Scarlett and Strange. Oh boy. That is going to be our next series. Quarterfinals, Strange versus Scarlett. Okay. Here we go. So it is going to be that ZVP. Is that going to be that? Is going to be that best of 3? Let's go. So up next is going to be Strange versus Scarlett. Scrolling down, we have Spirit. Spirit takes down Greener 2-0. We have Goblin versus Art in a PvP. MaNa versus Azura does go the way of MaNa. Geralt takes down Shino as well. And we have MaNa versus Geralt. We have Spirit down there as well. We have a lot of Polish Protosses and, Polish players in general in the lower half of the bracket. I'm sure Indies all over those matches. But now, though, we're focusing on Scarlett versus Strange. Now, when it comes to this bracket, when it comes to this qualifier, top 2. Top 2 qualify. That means the finals is not going to end. That means the finals is not going to be played. That does mean that we are going that the semifinals is going to be qualifying matches. Semifinals are qualifying matches, and I believe those are going to be best of 5s, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to double check. Yeah. Qualifying matches are best of 5. Just as a heads up. So we're almost there. We're almost at those qualifying matches. But again, we're going to be focusing on Scarlett and Strange. Let's go. As the vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And once it's done, we'll have a next series. I guess for now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have Scarlett versus Strange heading off. So see you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the RSL broadcast, or our third tournament of the day. Just back to back to back to back. Non-stop StarCraft here, the CranKy Ducklings. I did see EasyPhil asking earlier, but yes, we are around 8 hours into the broadcast. The stream did go down in between tournaments, so that's why it only says up to 3.5 hours at the moment, but the previous cast was over 4 hours. But now we are here. We are back with the RSL. We continue our broadcast. Let's go, baby, let's go. We continue the StarCraft this morning. In the bottom of the head corner of Ultra Love, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the red Protoss player himself. It is Strange. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you can predict on who you believe will claim this best of 3. Now, as a reminder, again, shout out to those working behind the scenes on the Revival StarCraft League, as it has been a very intense couple of days of qualifiers. Yesterday, we covered the Korean qualifier. The day before that was the NA server qualifier. So again, if you want to check out those other qualifiers, check out those matches, those VODs, then do check out the YouTube channel or here on Twitch as well for those VODs, as they're all available. They're all out there. We already have some players making it through. Players like Chem El Chamaco making it through. Zaun, I believe, as well. He had a crazy PvP between himself and Geralt during the Asia server qualifier. And of course, Geralt, he wasn't quite able to make it through, but he's here tonight to redeem himself. Oh boy. But now, we have our matches. We have our best of. Here we go. We have our fresh series. Again, so far it is going to be a Hatch Gas Pool. Faster third base here out of Scarlett. Very fast third, so a bit of a greedy build here. Basically, Scarlett does forego queens. You can see delayed queen production here out of Scarlett for a faster expansion. So we have one queen at the natural and a second queen from Scarlett. So quite greedy here, and it should be okay. You can get away with a lower queen count early on. We'll see if Scarlett can get away with cutting these corners. Meanwhile, Strange back at home, Stargate opener. Now, if you know anything about Strange, you'll know that Strange is hyper aggressive and often does play Stargate into Glaive Adepts in some way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, that is a very early Roach War. And speaking of aggression here, Scarlett initially going for a greedy start, then following it up with a 230-ish Roach War timing. Very early, very aggressive, is going for an early Roach push, is going for potentially even an all-in, which is known for, I should say, which Ultra Love is known for. Ultra Love is known for all-ins. A lot of aggression is favored on Ultra Love. The reason for this is the rush distance spike round is very short on this map. Adept does shade in, and the Adept is soon to check the main. But can we scout the tech? Lings are here to deny. Lings zone away the Adept, and the Adept does not get behind the mineral line. Meanwhile, going to be a Voider opener back at home. That will actually work out quite well defensively back at home, as Scarlett is all in. Scarlett is all in. Roach production has begun at 24 drones. That's all that there is. Barely any saturation. Did Strange notice how few workers there were? Because there is 8 roaches are on the way. Back at home, standard wall, no shield battery yet. Strange not aware. Uh-oh. Strange still doesn't know. Now, bearing in mind, there's going to be no anti-air. There's going to be no queens with this. Just going to be Ling Roach. Void Ray is revealed. Overlord goes down. Strange is looking to expand. Setting up a Nexus before the tech, before the Twilight Council. Yeah, Strange is in trouble. A third base is not going to help. It's not going to come into play because the all-in is coming. And it's on Scarlett to end the game here and now. And yeah, no shield battery, no warp ins, no warp gates. Adept goes down. Massive pickup. And the Oracle will help, the Void Ray as well. But how many workers are going to survive by the end of this? As Roaches, they waddle in, they take down the pylon. Our chosen pylon goes down, depowers everything at the natural. Boys are being pulled, and boys are going down. And again, the Void Ray will clean everything up eventually, but by the time it does, 13 probe kills, 14 workers going down. Scarlett's still not joining. Scarlett's still completely all in, just flooding across the map. And again, as you mentioned, this third base is not helping. The third base is not helping. Strange going for a standard opener, gets punished for it. And we should cancel it even just for the refund. Even just for the refund here. To be able to afford anything else. Lings get a full surround. Oh, they're back up for now. They do back off. Strange will let this finish. If it finishes, it's going to be a kill, not a cancel. He's not going to get the refund. No shot. No refund. Lings are going to full surround. This will be a secure kill. 400 minerals down the drain. If he had canceled, then it would have gotten something back for it. But that'll be a kill on the third. And now it's time to drone. Now Scarlett does drone. Now Scarlett does saturate. Again, it was on Strange to scout what was happening to get a read on the early Roach Warren and had no idea. As Lings are deflected. Shield Batteries are now done. Strange stuck on 2 bases. And where do we go from here? Twilight Council has completed. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? Into Charge? What's the plan? These Oracles are moving out. To move out across the map. Back at home, Scarlett is still droning. Strange will protect the third. Going into Blink, not Glaives. Standard follow-up. Oracles, they do find a couple of drone kills. They get 1, they get 2 drones. Ooh, getting up to 3. 3 drone kills at the third. Behind this, Scarlett just working towards a lair. Gases as well. Still droning, still saturating, still taking an economic lead. And Strange has a ways to go. And the problem is that right now, Strange has nothing to threaten Scarlett with outside of Oracles. Oracles and maybe some of Death Harass. There we go, 3 more drones going down, getting to 4. Oracles, they do slip away. Nice damage. 7 kills in total. 7 drone kills. Strange does come across those Lings. Does find them. As Lings, they do threaten a dive. So far, Strange in position. And meanwhile, Scarlett is going to be droned up fully on 3 bases, getting up to 62, soon to be 66 workers. Adepts, they threaten a shade. Oracles are on the would-be 4th, but plenty of HP on this 4th base, plenty of health. And there's no knocking it down. Meanwhile, Strange going into double Robo, double Colossus production? Okay, that I was not expecting. Colossus on the horizon. When it comes to the ZVP meta nowadays, Colossus are very old school just because of the change of the energy overcharge. Like, High Templar and Storm are so much more trendy and so much more popular nowadays. So Colossus is coming out of left field. Meanwhile, Scarlett doubling down on Roaches, going into Burrow and Tunneling Claws. Likewise, going into Roach Hydra as a composition. Eventually, I would imagine this can lead into Lurker Tech and lead into Viper Tech as well. And the creep is spreading nicely. I didn't get to mention it before just because we dove right into the game, but Scarlett has been very inactive for almost a year. Scarlett's been very inactive. So it's great to see Scarlett actually come back to form. I want to say it was around a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, Scarlett played in Little League Cup, which we did cover. We casted Scarlett against Jeshi and Scarlett against Gumiho. This was around a month ago. And likewise, Scarlett also played in a weekly recently as well, in a Warning TV Monday, which we also did cover. Scarlett, she took down Geralt in that Open Cup. And that was the first Warning TV Monday she had ever played in. So again, it shows just how inactive Scarlett has been as of late. But now she's back, again, brought back, I would imagine, because of EWC. I would imagine that Scarlett, I know that she's back in Canada, so she may be looking to play in DreamHack Dallas, maybe traveling. Scarlett did spend a lot of time in China at the start of the year, but recently came back, and as a result, back to StarCraft. Ooh, as Roaches are waddling in. They do burrow into the bases. Roaches into the main. Roaches towards the third. Oh, and they do on burrow. Alas, Strange trying to turtle up, trying to stabilize. But probes are going down, stalkers are somewhat in position, more roaches waddling in towards that natural. As cannons are on the way. Roaches Roaches are cleaned up. There it is. There's the burrow. Catching out 10 probes. 10 in total. There's that revelation. And from here, Scarlett can max. Scarlett is already on 84 drones, can at this point max out to get into Hive Tech, get into Lurker Tech, get into Vipers more importantly. Colossus can be quite terrifying, but that's where Vipers come into play. With those abductions, Scarlett can easily shut this down, assuming that Scarlett gets the Hive Tech. Hive is on the way, but if you can see here, Strange, he's built up, he's pushing. Here we go. This is his timing. This is Strange's moment. Can he break Scarlett before Hive Tech, before Lurker upgrades, as they're already Lair Tech Lurkers? Pushing into this is not going to be easy. If it was purely Roach Hydra, a different story. But the Lurkers are set up. 7 Lurkers in total. Forcing back the army. It's going to be 4 Colossus for Strange. And does hard down some of those Lurkers. Oh, the sentries, though. Sentries are going to be going down. Lurkers are exposed. Takes down 1, 2, 3, 4 Lurkers. Strange popping up. Yeah, cleans up the Lurker line. Hydras are exposed. Nice force fields, just locking everything down. And unfortunately, no Ravagers. It's purely Hydra Lurker. And the force fields, they just lock a Scarlett down. And Strange has done it. Strange has done it. The lasers are too much. Melting everything. Spores are coming in, Spine Crawlers as well, but that's 4 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Strange did strike just before Hive Tech, just before the Vipers are ready, just before the Lurker upgrades are ready as well. Yeah, Lurker range is now finishing up, but too little too late to yoinks a couple of units. But there's still 3 Colossus. And Strange is here to overwhelm. Strange is here to end it, to end the game. There's a couple of Roaches, a couple of Hydras, Vipers doing what they can. No, they turned it down. Gets 1. There's 1 Viper left. And GG. GG gets called. Strange overwhelms, and Strange takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very nice recovering there. Very nice comeback from Strange. He was able to recover, able to fortify himself, build up, and then strike across the map. Did lose a lot of workers in the process, but once he got up to 4 Colossus, that was it. That was go time for Strange. Did send it across the map, did send everything across the map to end the game then and there. And again, did strike, did attack, did hit Scarlett just before the Vipers were ready, and just before the Lurker upgrades as well. Just before the Hive Tech. So very clutch timing there. Likewise, because it was purely Hydra Lurker and Hydra Lurker Roach, there were no Ravagers, so no way to deal with those force fields. The force fields were key there to just completely lock down the army and snowball out of control. Whew, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Scarlett can bounce back and recover and make a series out of this. I hope so. You know, I want to see an ace match. I want to see it back and forth. I want to see this go the distance. As we are getting into, or as we're loading into Tokamak, one of the more defensive and one of the more larger maps out there, known for longer macro play. I would imagine that Strange is going to be a little more comfortable on Tokamak. And we'll see what our plan is. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have our blue Zurich player from the land of Canada, representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. We'll see if she can recover. We'll see if she can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have her opponent. We have the red Protoss player. Oh boy, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from advancing on into the next round. It is Strange. Here we go. Again, Strange going for a very, very crisp and very aggressive timing there with those 4 Colossus. It was close. Again, if Strange had waited any longer, if he had waited 20 more seconds, then suddenly Lurker range, suddenly Vipers are out, suddenly the Colossus don't do anything. So it was very close, very clutch. Here we go. Now we're getting into our next game. And again, welcome one and all to Tokamak. Now, last game, we did see Scarlett go for an early Roach Rush with a, what was it, like 230 Roach Warren? It was crazy early when it came to the Roach Warren timing. But here we're loading into a much larger map. Longer rush distance by ground compared to Ultra Love. Likewise, more defendable third and more defendable fourth base as well. I don't see all-ins being anywhere near as powerful. So Scarlett is going to have to take a different approach. Last game, she went for an all-in and she did cripple Strange. But Strange still was able to recover and bounce back, turn it into an all-in. Here, I would imagine a more standard opener and standard play out of Scarlett. We'll see if she's able to do something quirky here to take a lead. But now, everything is looking as it should be. Remember, last game, Scarlett did go for a much earlier third base and did delay queen production. Here, standard. Two queens are on the way. Pulls out of gas. Link speed is in production. We're not holding out gas to go into an early Roach Warren. Not this time. So this time there is no initial all-in from Scarlett. Meanwhile, Stargate is on the way, so standard opener. Last game, Strange did open up Void Ray. I would not be opposed to opening up Void Ray again. Oh. Hello. Speaking of opening up Void Ray, that is no Warp Gate, that is +1 air attack. What, that's Strange. Playing like it's 2021. Oh no. The Void Ray meta should have ended by now. What's happening? So really fast +1 air attack into, I would imagine, Void Ray into a second Stargate into Mass Void Ray, or Void Ray into a second Stargate into a Fleet Beacon into a rush into Carrier or Tempest. What's the plan? Void Ray first is a given. But this should be into, I would imagine, a second Stargate, correct? We'll keep an eye on Strange. He can be a little bit strange at times. But this is wild. And that pokes in. You can see Strange looking to be that much more adamant about scouting. Scarlett does pull back into gas. Interesting. Pulls back into gas. Void Ray soon to arrive to hunt down the Overlord. And then we're expecting a second Stargate, just because this is a big investment here going into the upgrade and delaying Warp Gate. Strange is searching. Strange does miss the Overlord. Overlord is coming in for the scouts. And the Overlord will confirm. I mean, I say confirm, there's nothing to see. Not yet. Strange, there we go, does respond to the Overlord. Oracle follow-up, everything looks normal. But this is not normal. And I would guarantee that as soon as this Overlord goes down, bam, Stargate. Bam, Fleet Beacon. Down goes the Overlord. What do you think? There we go. Cancels Fleet Beacon. And there it is. he's an animal. So as soon as the Overlord goes out, bam, we have our tech. We're committing into Sky Toss. This is very old school, by the way. Very, again, a kind of meta era of 2021. Back before the nerf to the Void Rays. Meanwhile, Lings, they do threaten to dive. A safety Roach Warren on the way from Scarlett. So 4:30-ish timing for the Roach Warren, so very safe. Lings, they threaten to surround. Third base is being taken. Now, what's important here, typically I would expect another Void Ray. I would expect Void Ray into a second Void Ray to be safe. Here we're waiting for the Fleet Beacon and we're rushing into Carrier. Okay, this is greedy. Again, what do we have to defend? One Void Ray. One Void Ray and one Adept. This is all there is. So this is very greedy here from Strange. Going for a Forge, that'll be for cannons. +2 air attack is on the way. Now, the tell here, if Scarlett pokes in and sees that this building is still researching, that's a tell. Oh. And there's no Warp Gate. She knows. Instantly Spire. So nice scout, nice response. Basically pokes in, sees still research and no Warp Gate, so it has to be Sky Toss. Has to be Sky Toss. Spire is on the way for Corruptors. A very nice read here by Scarlett. Spores, yep, Spores are on the way. She's expecting Tempest or Carriers. Making an extra wave of Queens. Queens are pulling together. Scarlett, even though she didn't scout the main, she saw enough to confirm. And now she knows for certain. I mean, there was a chance it was going to be a Tempest rush, but now is aware of the Carrier rush. So now is even more, has even more information, I should say, coming into this. Let's see, we go Strange moving in. Queens, they do. Oh, Threatening to go under the carriers. Strange has to be careful. Third Stargate on the way. Flash transfuse, but one queen goes down. Gets one, gets two. It takes out two queens, now going for a third. Another queen goes down, 3, 4 queen kills. What's important though, Corruptors. Corruptors are on the way. Scarlett just has to buy a little bit more time. Spores, they do support. And that did cost Strange a lot of interceptors. Has to pull away. Has to pull away, has to back off. 11 Corruptors in production. And Strange is overstaying his welcome. He doesn't know about the timing of the Spire, doesn't know how much time he has. Doesn't know how much danger he's in. As they're building up to 4 carriers. That is going to be a lot. And again, no ground support either. The Void Ray's back home. We're making 3 carriers at a time. Just mass carrier. He's crazy. Hybrid base on the way. Carriers are revealed. Corruptors, can they contest against this many carriers? How many do we have? 11. With the queens, I think so. Yeah, with the queen support, with the spores as well. Strange is overextending. Corruptors are going for the dive. There's the recall. And Scarlett gets 1. Ooh, never mind. Doesn't get any carrier. Yeah, all the carriers do live. They do survive. Here we go. We have a wall of shield batteries, wall of cannons. Strange now aware. Is now aware what's happening. Is aware what's going on. Corruptors 8 bypass the carriers are going to come to production and they will find 1 free carrier. Oh, they almost do. They're going for the base. Going for the Nexus. They commit to the Nexus. Nexus goes down. And they will get 1 carrier. They get 1 so far. Up. Getting up to 2. But that's going to cost so many Corruptors. Ay, ay, ay. That's how many. It was 12 Corruptors for 2 carriers. A lot of Corruptors go down for that. I mean, 2 carriers and a Nexus, to be fair. Behind this, Scarlett does run up. What's important here? The hybrid base. So extra minerals from those high-yield mineral patches. Scarlett does have a boosted economy. Behind this is able to afford some of these trades and able to remax those Corruptors back up to 9, soon to be up to 16 Corruptors. And this is where Strange needs some kind of ground support. Now, when it comes to PvZ, when it comes to Skytoss can be difficult to deal with, but pure Skytoss is not amazing. Ideally, you do want ground support. I'm talking Archon, Storm as well. Archons and Storm do so well supporting this kind of army. The problem with pure Skytoss is once you get into spellcasters, we're talking Infestors, talking Vipers, it is easier to pick away at this army. To go for abductions, go for yoinks, goes for power bombs at times as well. Going for the power bomb with Corruptor dive, how do you deter that? With Archons and Storm. But without it, you can just power bomb and dive on top of the army and kill all the interceptors. That is possible. That is a viable option here for Scarlett. But I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm talking about spellcasters. No Hive. No Hive, no Infestation Pit. No spellcasters at all here for Scarlett. Scarlett is maxing out on pure Lair Tech. This is a Lair Tech max out. This is more of a brute force kind of style. There's no finesse here. There's no spellcasters, no spells or abilities. It's just brute force mass corruptor. And some merchants. And I don't know how I like this. It's going to be difficult to fight the army over all of these, over all the site defense. But here we go, denying +3. And you can see Scarlett trying to bait the army out of range of all the site defense. Strange is being spread thin. Cloak is premature. Scarlett pushing into the natural. Again, forcing the army out. How many Corruptors? 30! Yeah, 30 Corruptors. Going for the dive, going for the Mothership. Mothership goes down. And again, all these cannons not really helping. They're not really helping out. The carriers are going down one after the other. 1, 2, 3, 4 carriers. Now Strange realizes. Oof. And he will shut this down. Strange, he does hold at the same time. And 19, 20 probe kills. Linksay busts into the mineral line. Strange does take the fight, but the economy here is crippled. And what's important, remember, 83 drones, or 84 workers, 82 drones even. Scarlett's remaxing. Scarlett going for the remax. as we mentioned, just brute forcing this. Just brute forcing this kind of more mid-tier army. It doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game, but thankfully no Archons, right? There's no Archons, there's no Storm. We just keep going. We have 103 Lings. And this base is not going to finish. It's not going to get up and running. Nexus goes down. And Strange is contained. Is contained on 3 bases. And if Strange refuses to support this army with anything on the ground, with anything like Archons or like Storm, I don't see Strange breaking out. I don't see that happening. Yeah, and with that, we can catch out the carriers once again. 2 more carriers going down. The Shibaru doing what they can. There we go. There's a second carrier. Second, third carrier as well. Ooh, the Void Rays, they just get so much free damage that Jesus. Scarlett ignored the Void Rays. The Void Rays, they popped off. That was how many? That was 20 Corruptors for 3 carriers. Which is not ideal, but you know what does damage? The Lings. The Zerglings, they kill 30 probes, and that makes it worth it. That's like, it's not pretty. It's not a pretty trade. It is messy. It is not Ronaldinho. Strange, he fights well for himself when it comes to the main army fights, but the Lings, they're paying for themselves. They cripple the economy. Strange, he's on a 1 base economy. 1 base, that's all he has. And he's forced into an all-in. Now, can Strange end the game? How many? 14 Corruptors. Sorry, 15. 15 Corruptors are Queens, are Transfuse. Spores as well. 1 carrier already goes down. Void Rays out of position. Second carrier falls. Oh, there's a cloak. Mothership comes in. We have 5 Spores behind this. Strange has to rotate. Meanwhile, +3 denied once again for a second time. Denies +3. Yo, imagine this army with +3. Imagine. Meanwhile, no Spores. This base is going to go down. Scarlett going for the base raid. As that is how many Lings? That is going to be 69 Lings. Nice. Across the map. Corruptors, they collapse in. They focus on the Void Rays. 1 or 2 Void Rays going down. There's 2 Void Rays left. And I believe Scarlett should defend. Yeah, we'll clean this up. GG gets called. And Scarlett ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Does tie things up. And again, Scarlett able to overwhelm, able to trade well enough, and more importantly, cripple the economy. That's what's important. Cripple the economy, made sure that Strange could not max out, could not maintain that kind of army and sustain that army. Made sure that he was broke and just couldn't afford anything. GG. GG well played. With that, Scarlett does tie the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. We are going to game 3. Let's go. Here we go. As game 3 is going to be on Pylon, one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Winding it back though, talking about that last game, that was crazy out of Strange. It is very uncommon to go for a Void Ray opener into +1 air attack, into like a carrier rush like that. Like it's very out of fashion, it's very out of meta. Very out of left field, but again, Scarlett was able to confirm this ahead of time and was able to get into a boosted economy early on. Remember, 84 drones so quickly going into Spire, going into Corruptors, having that boosted economy with the gold minerals as well. So solid scouting, solid response there out of Scarlett, and now we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon we have the blue Zerg player from the land of Canada representing ShoWTimE Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top left hand corner we have her opponent. We have the red Protoss player down, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Strange. Here we go. As we're getting into game 3, and we'll see how the story ends. We'll see if Scarlett can make it through into a qualifying match into the semifinals, or if Strange can do so instead. Who's it going to be? It all ends here. It all ends on Pylon. Now, Pylon is known for aggression. It is, or I would say, is a large map. That is true. It's very wide, but the rush distance by ground is very direct. Likewise, the bases are more accessible, referring to the third base, the fourth base, and the area in between the bases as well. So we have seen a lot of German taxis, Link Queen walks across the map, Roach base all-ins, Hydra base all-ins. We've seen a lot of aggression from the side of Zerg on Pylon. From the side of Terran as well. So we'll see if Scarlett goes for another early Roach Warren. If you remember, if you were here for game 1, you'll know that Scarlett did go for a Roach Rush on Ultra Love. Did go for an all-in, which did do quite an amount of damage. It was crippling damage for sure. Strange then went into an all-in from there and did overwhelm. But after what happened in game 1, I'm not putting it past Scarlett to go for another all-in. So we'll keep an eye on Scarlett. It's from here. We are saturating. Saturating once again. Stargate opener out of Strange. Does open Stargate. Scarlett back at home, droning. This time double gas, sorry, double queen. Doesn't go for a faster third. No like in game 1. Overlord is going to be hunted down. And so far, so good. Scarlett is expanding towards Strange, bear that in mind. So we can use this to launch creep across the map to commit. So we'll keep an eye on the creep, we'll keep an eye on the queens. Likewise, we have seen Strange mix it up already. This time does go for the Oracle first. So Oracle open out of Strange. Warp Gate is being researched, so already we're calming down, getting into a standard opener. No crazy +1 air attack. So Warp Gate is on the way. Likewise, Strange from here. So Stargate opening into Oracle into a third. So far, standard play to Strange. This really does get the expansion. I'm not used to seeing Strange go for standard builds, but that is going to be an earlier Twilight Council. Now, if you know anything about Strange, you'll know that Strange is very fond of Glaive Adepts, very fond, and has had his way with many a European Zerg player with Glaives. So this does feel like a Glaive Adept variation, but we'll keep an eye on Strange. Technically, this could still be Blink. Like if we were casting Hero, I'd be like, oh yeah, early Blink Stalker, Jesus, early Blink Stalker. But how many gates? 6. 4 in the main, 2 at the natural, 6 gate Glaive Adepts here out of Strange. No Forge, no upgrades. Show us those Glaives. There it is, Pappy. Aye, aye, aye. Now, thankfully, Scarlett is going for a safety Roach Warren. This is a 4:35-ish Roach Warren timing, so very safe. This does mean that Scarlett will have the tools to defend, but it still comes down to the execution. We spoke earlier about how accessible these bases are. We were alluding to like aggression from the Zerg side when it comes to German taxis or when it comes to Link Queen walks, but it also goes the other way as well, where aggression is going to be favored for whoever's being more active and whoever's being in the face of their opponent. Adepts A shaded to the natural. These are vanilla Adepts. Nothing suspicious yet. Getting 4 drone kills. Getting it to 5. 6? Ooh, 6 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. That was 6 drones for 3 Adepts. Stasis into the main, and the Adept count is building up. Scarlett is about to confirm. Does see 3 Adepts so far. That's not suspicious, but the rest are revealing themselves. And that's a bigger tell. Yeah, that's a much bigger tell here. As more Adepts are revealed, behind this Roach production has begun. Scarlett has some SimCity here to wall up. And how many Adepts? 12. 12 Adepts are moving out. Again, you can warp in 6 Adepts at a time, and they have arrived. How many Roaches? So far, 0. Zero roaches already. There we go. They're just now popping out. Queens are exposed. And there's no transfuse. No transfuse. 1, 2 queens fall. And so will the rest. Catching out the roach. Going for another queen. That upstairs denied. There is a full wall. Nice SimCity there from Scarlett, but the final queen is hunted down. Yeah, the final queen falls. More adepts have arrived. Just came in the production, came in the eggs. As more roaches are going down. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control. More adepts shading in. The roach count is decently high. Does fully wall off, and now we can commit. Yeah, it does commit. Trades with the Lings. But Scarlett is holding. Oh god, never mind. Jesus. The Oracle comes in from behind. The wall is open. And Scarlett, will hold. So far, the roach count is solid. The roach count is built up. We have 17 roaches. But look at the economy. Scarlett, she's going to be forced into an all-in here. Has Scarlett down to 47 now, building up to 55 drones. Back home, Strange, fully saturated on 3 bases. Double robots on the way for double immortal production. But Strange is banking up resources. Strange has been missing macro cycles. Production cycles even. The robos are late, the immortals are late. The economy is sold for Strange, but he would even do it with a 4th base. And here come the immortals. The immortals are on the way. And again, this follow-up is delayed, but it's here regardless. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Scarlett to recover, as the base got insanely low. But the hatchery does survive. Scarlett does hold. Behind this, taking up into a hydrogen, into an infestation pit. The pit tells us that most likely Scarlett wants to work towards lurkers. Yep, speaking of, there it is, lurker net is on the way. Basically, the goal is Scarlett knows she sustained crippling damage. She knows that she lost a lot of drones, there are a lot of queens as well. The goal should be to turtle up and to buy time to tech up into lurkers. And we'll see if she can get there. Likewise, we'll see if Strange can strike and hit before lurker tech. If you recall, something similar happened in Game 1, where Strange was forced into an all-in, and he did hit before Hive Tech specifically, where there were lurkers, but there were no lurker upgrades. So Strange was able to end the game. As Strange, he's just building up. What are we waiting for? The Prism. Prism is on the way. Once the Prism arrives, then Strange will push. And that is a terrifying army. No splash damage, but 4 immortals. And here comes the warp in. We have 4 immortals. We have Archons. Back at home, do we have any lurkers? We have 8 Hydras. And a lurker. There we go. Lurker's now morphing in. She does recognize. Oh my god, brutal force fields and no Ravagers as well. The roaches get completely shut down, and Scarlett's in trouble. Scarlett is in trouble. It's gonna be a tough hold. 2 Vipers on the way, 2 lurkers on the way. That's not a lot of lurkers. Once again, we have Hive upgrades for the lurkers, but they're not ready yet. And Strange, she will kill this expansion. The base goes down, catching out a couple of roaches as well. Behind this, Storm and a Fleet Beacon getting to Skytoss. Towards Skytoss. Scarlett has how many lurkers? Only 1 lurker. Honestly, if Strange knew how little there was, he could just push in. Strange could just push into this base and break the expansion. Massive Zealot warping into the main. Strange rotates. How many lurkers so far? There's 3. 3 lurkers just in time. Does push in. Lurkers are exposed. Powerbomb here on the Observer. And there's 1 lurker, there's 0. Yeah, 0 lurkers left. Strange has done it. Strange has done it. Strange, he breaks the 3rd base. GG gets called. Lurkers are not ready in time, and Strange will take the series 2-1, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. It was brutal economic damage done earlier from the Adepts. Scarlett did defend, did look to stabilize, and was working and rushing into Hive Tech, into Lurkers, into Vipers. Again, this game felt very similar to game 1, where Scarlett was taking up and on the road to a greater army, of course, but Strange hit just before Scarlett was ready. Just before Scarlett was ready. And just before the Vipers are ready, just before the Lurkers are ready, the Lurker upgrades as well. Just in time. And with that, GG, well played. Strange will make it through. Strange will make it through and will make it to a qualifying match to face off against a Protoss opponent, to face off against ShoWTimE. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. We'll switch on over and catch up. Here we go. Qualifying match. Oh. As this is going to be a best of 5. I keep forgetting. I know Spirit's on a new team. Is he on RSC? Spirit Wikipedia. Yes, RSC Esports. Whew, okay. Yeah, we still know. We remember. These new teams. But yes, we're getting ready for our qualifying matches here for our best of 5s as we're nearing the end of the broadcast. As you can see here on the bracket, ShoWTimE took down Nickrak 2-0. ShoWTimE has been patiently waiting, and ShoWTimE is going to be going up against Strange in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Spirit. Spirit takes down Goblin 2-1. MaNa takes down Geralt 2-0, and we have Spirit versus Goblin coming up next on the channel. Let's go. Let us go. So up next is Spirit versus MaNa, and we will go back to ShoWTimE versus Strange after the lower semifinals. As the lower qualifying match was ready first, so they do take priority. Just as a heads up, and here we go. We're jumping right on in. Videos are done, and spawning in the top left hand, or on the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the red Polish Terran player. The red Terran himself, representing his new team, representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Strange. Go. As we are settling in. Now, when it comes to Scarlett and RSL, of course, Scarlett is a fan favorite, 100%, of course, 100%. Even me myself, of course, if you know anything about myself, you know that I'm a big fan and was and still am a big fan of Axiom Esports. Did watch them religiously back in the day, and of course, I did team up with Acer for Axiom Acer and GSTL, so I've been a big fan of Scarlett for a long time, and I hope to see more of her in the future. And it is possible that Scarlett might be voted in. Remember, for the RSL, there are these qualifiers, but there's also going to be a fan vote and also invites as well, so there's multiple ways for players to get involved, and I believe for the fan vote, people can vote on who they want to take part, but the prerequisite, I believe, is that players have to have played in the qualifiers, so we might still see Scarlett in the main event. It does depend on, you know, the invites and how voting works as well. So I'm sure not the last we've seen of Scarlett, or some of these other players that don't quite make it through into the qualifiers or into the main event. For now, we do scout across the map. We get eyes on the position here of Spirit. So MaNa is aware, and Spirit, no scout. No scout. Economic opener, racks expand into a delayed factory. Economic start at a Spirit. No SCV scout, the Reaper will finally move out. As a welcome to the most vetoed map in the map pool. I would say Last Fantasy alongside Torches. You rarely get to see them, but in this best of 5, it's a treat. In the best of 5, we can commit. As Reaper is zoned away, Spirit is now aware of the position of MaNa behind this Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink. Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers. Spirit dipping back into the main. At least attempting to. Checking his vision, Spirit, he did get eyes on the Twilight Council. He's aware of the tech. Likewise, Hallucination is the main base, and likewise, MaNa is aware of the 1-1-1 follow-up and the more economic start as well. So nothing looking too wild, nothing looking crazy. When it comes to this qualifying match, of course, MaNa has been looking insane, and this is a rematch. Coming into this, I would say that Spirit is the favorite player, or at least he should be the favorite player. But if you've been watching MaNa as of late, you would know that MaNa, he popped off this week. He took down Spirit. He took down Clem and Spirit in this week's ShoWTimE Monday. MaNa, he was crazy this week. So, on the one hand, Spirit should be the stronger player on paper. MaNa has been looking insane, specifically in the PvT matchup and in the other in PvP as well. I think I would say his weakest matchup is PvC currently. But MaNa, he has been having some crazy upsets as of late, taking down players like MaxPax, taking down players like Clem, taking down Spirit as well, and a laser. So I'm excited to see how MaNa did defeat Spirit last time and if he can do it again. And now drop into the main. Does drop in, does run away. Likewise, my shot towards the natural. Oh! Taking down 4 workers. Likewise, Blink is still not yet done. Nice timing here from Spirit. He does pull away. Does get out. Does get out in time. Likewise, MaNa now finishing up Blink. How many gateways is he on? Behind this, he has 2 gates in the main and 2 gates in the natural. 4-gate Blink out of MaNa. Let's go. Hyper aggression. Spirit, he did get eyes on the gateway. Yeah, he knows. He did get eyes on the gateways. Back at home, he has 2 bunkers on the low ground. You can see Spirit reacting so hard to this. 2 bunkers, a tank on the high ground as well. Ooh. Medevac does fall. Nice pick up. MaNa does catch the medevac. Again, it's going to be a delayed third base out of MaNa. Very committed on 2 bases. He blinks in. Boom, brutal mine connection. Mine goes off. The tank is going to be targeted. The tank will still go down. Takes down the tank. Going for the add-ons. Going for the upgrades. Spirit getting pulled apart here. Does have a tank on the ramp. But Stim is denied. And so is mining at the mineral line in the main. Gets another tech lab. And another. Oh, God. Takes out every single tech lab. MaNa, he hates the tank. Gets another tank as well. Boys being pulled. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. No, you thought 4-gate Blink was out of meta, was out of fashion. I mean, it is. But MaNa is bringing it back. And again, this damage was necessary, considering no third expansion. There is no base. Just now being taken. It's so late. It's so late. So delayed. Once again, blinking in. Does force the boys to be pulled. No mining in the main. He wants that, but he wants the racks. He's gonna get it. The racks goes down. It's crazy. Without a racks, no stim. Like, stim is so heavily delayed here. More racks is on the way. Rotates to low ground. Bunkers are empty. Gets 1. Oh, doesn't quite get 2. Not quite. Bleeds out a couple stalkers. Bit of an overextension here from MaNa. Does overextend. Pulls away. Third base halfway done. So yeah, I said in the chat asking about the anonymous scope, and we always do dive into the natural. Once again, bunker falls. The Marines will punish somewhat. Remember, these are vanilla Marines, no stim. So MaNa, he can be a little bit more aggressive. He'd be more free to push in. Tank has arrived. MaNa once again rotating. There is a tech lab in the main. On that factory. MaNa, I'm sure he wants that tech lab. Settles for the racks. And he will get a kill. Gee, oh, not quite. Not quite. Meanwhile, 8 SCV kills at the natural. Spirit just cannot keep up. He cannot keep up. As MaNa, he's on full 3-way saturation. Bay is on the way. That's going to be for Colossal production. Second Robo as well for double Colossal production. Once again, a little bit old school when it comes to the 4-gate and the Colossus. Mentioned earlier that Storm is a little more trendy nowadays, just because of the change to the Endurova charge. In the chat, parting, is that you? Do you want better? 2016 MaNa, is that you? Is that oh my god. Playing like he's 10 years younger, but it's crazy. I'm referring to the time where we had the offline events in Poland. Not IM Katowice, but the WCS finals. The infamous moments. I think it was MaNa in the semis. With the camera pan, it's beautiful. MaNa popping. I think that was 2016. I think. Meanwhile, there's also jumping in the main. So back in Circa WCS. MaNa diving in. This time he gets punished though. Blink is now. Sorry, Stim is now done, and every stalker goes down. MaNa misjudging. He's like, oh, you have Stim now. Okay. I should probably respect the army. It's true. It's true. You should. Man with gun, they're crazy, especially with Stim. So MaNa takes a rough fight, but here we go. Here comes the main force. Triple Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. It's got 3 Colossi. Mass Zealot. Stalkers moving in as well. Warping in 8 Zealots at a time. MaNa, he's here to end the game. Brutal force fields. Boys are being pulled. The Colossus, they just have their way with this army. Start stepping in. And catching out 9 SCVs. Claiming that final tank. And there's just nothing to stop the Protoss. Nothing to stop MaNa. Spirit, he drops into the main. He's doing damage, don't get me wrong. But this push is designed to end the game. Just end the game. Do you get some shots off here in the mineral line? Bio army moving down. Do we have more reinforcements? MaNa, he's got 700 minerals on the bank. We need that warp in. Do we warp it at home across the map? Where are we going? Spirit, he's holding on. Oh my god. Spirit, he does hold. There's a defensive warp in. MaNa going for the medevacs. And he should get one. Oh! And he does. Takes out the medevac, cleans up the army. Final medevac's full. And Spirit just going for the Doom Drop. Recall, I believe, has not been used. MaNa moving out. MaNa still has the higher base count, the better economy, more warp-ins. And Spirit's getting desperate. We're just going for the base. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. Heading into the natural. A couple of Zells. They peel off into the third. MaNa pushing in. Mine shot's not quite going off. Catching out Marines. 17 SCV kills. Yeah, 17 getting all the SCVs. A couple of rolls left over. At the same time, Spirit going for the production. Do love to see it. It's one of those things where, yes, MaNa has all this money, but where's the economy? Sorry, where's the production? Nothing powered in the main, and only 1 gateway here at the natural. So MaNa, he cannot reinforce, as everything's depowered. He tries to make a couple of immortals, but again, the production's just not there. Speaking of the Great Migration, the production escapes. And we're gonna have to recall. We're gonna have to recall at this point. There it is. Does recall back home. Poison being pulled. Can he get a Colossus? Oh, can he get one? He can. Gets one. Oh my god. Down to one Colossus. And again, MaNa has a bank. But MaNa has no production. He needs gateways. He needs to repower everything. Now the bases, the buildings migrating back over. We have on the main army. It's 3 Marauders, 1 Marine, 4 Medivacs. It's not really an army. It's like I mean, Spirit, he's been in a rough position this game, and forcing the base trade was the best chance that Spirit had, but it's not going to be enough. It should not be enough at this point. He's stuck in the main with 4 units. MaNa moving in, clearing up whatever he can. Gateways are somewhat being repowered. Jesus, just warping into the main. MaNa just going for the kill. He doesn't want to let Spirit stabilize. Tank does siege. It's going to be a messy fight. Oh, nice juggling. Saves the Colossus. And nice juggling. Saves the Colossus. Tank fully going up here, and the Colossus does not go down. Oh my god. It barely does survive. And with that, MaNa has done it. GG gets called, and MaNa will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. Again, MaNa's been popping off. He's been popping off recently again, mate. If you can take down Clem, you can take down any Terra player out there. No one is safe. Not from MaNa. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaNa takes the lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Also, I apologize if I sound congested, just because I am. I don't know why, but feeling a little bit under the weather. I think casting for 12 hours straight is probably not ideal. Yeah, it's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll make it. As here we go. As we're getting into game number 2. Did the Anonymous Cup player names get revealed yet? Yes, they were unveiled. They were unveiled on stream. We went over it after the event concluded. Went over all the players. So you can check out the VODs. You can check the VODs on stream. Whether it's on Twitch or on YouTube. But here we go. We're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. The Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, RSL Esports. It is Spirit. We go. As MaNa does take a lead, but as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5. We got plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Plenty more to go. And I want to believe we can have a back and forth here for Spirit. Spirit, he does open up a double gas, so this time going for something more safe or aggressive. I would say aggressive at this point. So double gas opener into a faster factory, delayed CC out of Spirit. A little bit unorthodox, as you know, Spirit, he's known for being a little bit more greedy, known for cutting corners. Not this time. Go. So with this, again, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC. Technically, this can turn into a one base all-in with a starport follow-up, but Spirit, I don't think he's really one to embrace one base all-ins. We should be seeing a CC, and from here we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can turn this into early mine drop. We can see an early tech lab into early tank or early cyclone production. We'll keep an eye on Spirit. So now the Reaper pokes in. We will soon have our tech of choice. Once again, Twilight Council opener out of MaNa. As a reminder, MaNa did open up 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink Stalker last game and was hyper aggressive. Here, I would imagine MaNa to shift gears and to maybe go for a safer build instead. Reapers they poke in. Gonna be zoned away. Gonna be forced back. Likewise, no early tech lab. MaNa is on the way. We have the initial Hellion. Continuing Hellion production. Okay. Setting up for what looks to be potentially even a Hellion drop. As Hellion Reaper is amassing. Behind this 39 extra gateways. So far, 2-gate Blink. So it could be 2-gate Blink into a third, or most likely 3-gate Blink Stalker. As Hallucination does get eyes on the Hellion drop. Hellions are making their way across the map. The second Hallucination does confirm, does chase, does follow. MaNa coming in with the intercept. Again, just solid scouting. Medevac does commit, boost in. One more volley. And there is no Stalker ready for this. 3 Hellions, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. Oh, they race on over. There goes 6 probes going down, getting up to 8. Oh no, they're lining up. Getting up to 11. 11 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. MaNa, he scattered, he responded well, but he did not shut it down. That's going to be 16 probe kills. Getting one more volley. Oh, no. Oh my god. There gets one more. 19 probes. GG gets called. That is game-ending damage. And with that, Spirit ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Ay, ay, ay. Again, unfortunately, MaNa saw everything. That was not meant to end the game. He saw everything. He saw the drop. He saw the Hellions. He was aware of what was going on, but he was not able to intercept in time. He was able to get some damage done, but did not kill the medevac. GG. GG, well played. 19 probe kills. That is unacceptable damage at this level of play, and the game ends. The game does end then and there. And now we're getting to game number 3. We'll see who takes the lead in the series, who does take a lead, and who gains momentum between MaNa and Spirit. Let's go. Let us go. As our next game is going to be on Tokamak. Tokamak being one of the more larger and more mech-oriented maps. So we could end up in a more standard back and forth mid-game. There was a map for it. It would be Tokamak. Let's go. Here we go. As again, that was a bit of a shorter and more abrupt game 2, unfortunately. Hoping that we can sink our teeth into game 3. Keep us that back and forth. So spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the Polish Terran fighting back, putting a point on the board, representing his new team, representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And again, just happy it's not a clean sweep. It's not going to be one-sided. We have a back and forth. We have a series. As last game, Spirit did open up double gas into a commitment into Reactor Reaper, into drop play. This time, single gas opener. This time, Spirit is going for a faster command center. So a more economic start out of our Terran player. And the Probe Scout will confirm. He's here to confirm. Checks the gases, sees one. And now MaNa, he can rest easy. Knowing, okay, there's going to be a CC on the way. He's there to delay, be as annoying as possible. Going back in. And the most he can hope for is like an off-center CC that's lifted later. Spirit, he has the 400 minerals, and there it is. There is the command center. And again, welcome one also Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defensive as well. The reason for this is because this is a rare site, but we do have rocks in between the bases. Typically, on all of these maps, the center area here is open, and you can rotate between the 3rd, the 4th, and the natural. But here, that's not the case. There are rocks, there's a ramp as well, there's high ground. Likewise, a choke point here towards the left-hand side, another choke point here on the right as well. It is a little bit easier to fortify and to build up on 4 bases on this map more than others. So the economic start from Spirit makes sense. Likewise, we should be seeing a more economic start out of MaNa as well. We have yet to see 2-gate blink into a 3rd. That just hasn't happened yet here from MaNa. We'll see. See what he goes for. Now MaNa moving out. The goal here would be to try to delay the command center. Stalker moves in. Gets a Marine. Not bad. Takes down a Marine. Hellions have arrived, and we can maybe get the 2nd Marine as well. Yeah, 2 Marine kills for a Stalker. I would say a better trade for Spirits. I'm sure MaNa was hoping for a Widowmine follow-up, but it's going to be double Hellion into double Widowmine. MaNa, he will confirm. Dips back in. This time MaNa, he has a full wall. Hellions, they do not get into the bases. Ooh, and we have more Hellions on the way. Okay, so I assume this was just going to be a mine drop, but with 4 Hellions in production, I think the goal could be for, I was going to say it could be for Spirit to try to throw down Widowmines here at the ramp or at the natural to open up the natural base itself and to rush in with those Hellions. But MaNa does fully wall off completely with the gateway. So he is walled off. Widowmine drop into the main. Does boost in. MaNa's ready for it. And MaNa will shut it down. I say that mine shot's going to be going off. Gets 1 probe. Hellions, they are denied. There's a full ramp or a full wall. As the Hellions, they get picked up. Oh, not again. Not again. The Hellions, they bust into the natural. They get 1-shot. Yeah, boys are being pulled, but this time there's plenty of Stalkers. Yeah, nowhere near as much damage. We have, what, 7 Stalkers to defend? That's still going to be 5 probe kills. But thankfully, only 5. MaNa does hold. Meanwhile, going for the oh my god, going for the proxy. How many do we have? 5. 4 gates back into a 5th gateway across the map, going for a 2-base all-in. No expansion. No expansion. No 3rd base. No robo either. Now, this is going to be a little bit tricky here, as I believe there is no high ground vision. We need that hallucination. As MaNa, he just doubles down. We have 3 bunkers here at the natural, and 2 tanks in the main. MaNa, he does blink in. It gets 1. Takes out 1 tank, takes out the other as well. Both tanks go down. MaNa, he just finds damage, going for stim. Denies it. Yeah, stim is denied. SCVs are falling left and right. MaNa, he commits in. Taking out 6, 7, 8 SCVs. And remember, these are vanilla Marines. Now the tank has arrived. MaNa, he wants it. Yeah, he wants it. He gets it. 2 volleys go up. Running out of Stalkers. It does run out. Blinks down to low ground. Nice control. He blinks well. 17 SCVs. He's not done. He's not done. Nowhere close. Bunkers are empty. Gets more workers. Pulls away from the bunkers. And Spirit just can't keep up. He cannot keep up. Again, he did amazing damage earlier. I mean, I say amazing. It was decent. But it also meant he was delayed. His tank production. His bio army. I don't think he was expecting this to be set up. This all in. As MaNa, still no expansion. There's still no follow-up. Just pure Blink Stalker. Blinks into the tank, though. Oh, it's a messy fight here from MaNa. Does get the tank, but takes a lot of hits to the face. Can he clean up these Marines? And the swords are incredibly low. Like, this wasn't as worth it. As he bleeds out more Stalkers. MaNa losing everything. Every Stalker's going down. Brutal losses here for the Protoss. Remember, they still have yet to expand. This is an all-in. Oh. Catch the Raven. Getting the tank as well. Not bad. Tank goes down. Shaves off more Marines. MaNa maintaining his position. Going for another warp in. MaNa, has he done it? It's close. Yeah, it's so close here. Blinks back into the main. Boys are being pulled. Takes down the tech lab. Still a handful of Marines. Once again, just very delicate blink control there from MaNa. Yeah, blinks away. Blinking back up to the high ground. Oh, that's a bold blink. Wasn't quite worth it. MaNa does pull back. The tank has arrived. Oof. That's where he's holding. That's where he's holding on. Does cost him 13 SCVs. But he has his tank. And MaNa still just walled in. Station has arrived. The Marines are not in position. And blinks into the main. Oh, he's locked in though. I'm loving the SimCity here from Spirits. But he wants that tank, he's gonna get it. Once again goes down. Once again, there's no stim, of course, for this army. Nice lift. Does lift well for himself. But alas, we're running out of Marines. Tank has arrived. He blinks in. Gets a tank, and he's done it. Yeah, MaNa, he has finally done it. There's nothing left. There's SCVs and the production. Just whatever pops out, a Marine at a time, a tank at a time. Gee. God, no. Not like this. And MaNa! Oh my god, with the 2-base all-in, with a 5-gate 2-base all-in with the proxy, barely breaks through, and MaNa takes a lead. GG. That was crazy. Oh my god. GG, well played. MaNa does take a lead, and MaNa is one game away from qualifying for the main event. And I can sense the frustrations. Like, MaNa just... I should say, what MaNa did here is very irregular. Like, we don't really see players commit to this, commit to a 5-gate 2-base all-in in such a way to try to punish the blinks, to try to punish the drop play, the aggression, the harassment. And for him to just walk up the ramp and just walk past the bunkers, blink into the main, blink on top of the tanks as well. MaNa, he's an animal. Ay, ay, ay. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from qualifying for the RSL. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing RSC Esports down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he recover? Can he force the ace match? It is Spirit. Here we go. Oh, MaNa, he's crazy. Imagine instead of 2-3 bunkers at the natural, Spirit had 1 near the factory. Well, like, I don't blame Spirit for not having a bunker in the main, just because he had 2 tanks. Like, he had 2, like, he should have been safe. Like, looking at Spirit's setup, when it came to the initial Stalker push, like, Spirit, he looked safe. He had 2 tanks, he had his bio army protecting the natural, and MaNa had no high ground vision. He remember, to get to the tanks in the main, he walked through the natural, he walked through the bunkers. It was crazy. So a bunker in the main base wouldn't have helped initially there. If the bunker wasn't targeted down in the main, if it persisted, then it would have been maybe a cleaner defense or a stronger defense in the main base later on if it didn't get targeted down. Like there's just so much that came into play there. It was crazy. It was just crazy how committed, how dedicated MaNa was, and it just worked. Like he just brute forced it. Like, remember, there was a moment in that game where MaNa lost everything. Remember, he lost every single stalker when it was the second time he blinked into the main base where he took like 3 tank volleys to the face. He lost every single stalker. And I thought it was over. I thought it was that's game. But MaNa, he just kept going. Like he just okay, he just starts up from scratch, starts up the stalker up from scratch, I should say. Just build back up. Crazy. With that though, we're settling in. It is going to be a standard opener out of our Terran player, going for a racked expand into a later factory, later gases. Economic starts. Meanwhile, Twilight counter opener out of MaNa. Again, MaNa's been very aggressive this series. We had 4 gate blink in game 1 and 5 gate blink in game 3. Clem, Cyril, and Rainer are all invited. Well, I haven't seen the invites yet, actually. I haven't seen who got invited to the RSL. We'll look into it. Extra gateways on the way. So far, we have a 3-gate setup. And MaNa, this time, for the first, he's expanding. He's getting a 3rd. Let's go. I mean, he did expand on Lost Fantasy as well, but... never mind. Do you see what I see? 4 gates. 4 gateways. 2 gates at the natural, 2 gates in the main. 4-gate blink once again out of MaNa. I thought he was moving over to expand. The answer is no. No, he's not expanding. He's going to double down here. He likes his stalkers. You know, for a while, MaxPax was known for this. For a while, like 2022, 2023, like MaxPax, who was known for having the best 4-gate blink in the world. Not anymore. I mean, now MaxPax rarely does 4-gate blink just because players got so good at defending against it. Like this build has fallen out of favor in the meta. Like MaxPax, like he does this maybe once a month sort of thing. Like it's very rare even for MaxPax, even though he was so prolific with this. And MaNa is bringing it back. He's bringing it back. Let's go. What am I dropping to the main? MaNa, he does move out. As he moves out, Spirit's moving in. Back it up, what do we have? Okay, we have 2 bunkers at the lateral. We have 1 tank further back in the main. I mean, there's not really too much room here to blink into the main base either. So here comes MaNa. MaNa, he does respond. Nice reaction. Ooh, he takes out the medevac, takes out one of the Widow Mines. And Widow Mine does fall. MaNa now can focus on the main push. Boys are being pulled already. Spirit, he's saying this seriously. Spirit saying not again. Oh, saying not again. Not again. Back. He's holding. Reaper into the natural. MaNa blinks into the main. Going for the tank. Force fields a ramp. Oh my god. Does force field. Tank goes down. Nice control. Does blink away. Catching out the Marauder. Boys are being pulled. Spirit, he holds on to the main, and this time Stim is going to finish. Yeah, massive upgrade here. Game after game after game, Stim is denied, but no, this time it should complete. This time it will finish, and this time Spirit, he's secure. He does lose 1 tank, but now he has a 2nd tank to back up. MaNa forced to expand, and we're getting into a longer game. We're getting into a longer game state, and MaNa is in a worse position. For now, at least. Takes down the bunker. Takes down the initial bunker, not bad. Going for the other. Can he focus down in time? One more volley. Oh, not enough. Barely not enough. Tank repositions. Now, winding it back a little bit here. 4-gate blink is very committed, and this third base is very late. It's a very late third base, very committed build here. MaNa has dealt some damage. Looking at the units lost type here, he lost 3 Stalkers and a Sentry for a tank, for a couple of SCVs, a couple of Marines, a couple of Marauders. He needs more though. He needs more. The late third base, he hasn't paid for itself. This 4-gate blink build hasn't paid for itself. Does miss the drop. Drop sinks out. Spirit getting across the map. Back at home, there are some units to defend. But Spirit, he wants those probes. He's gonna get them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Nice damage. Spirit does get away. Oh, I believe that's still within range there from Stalkers. Has to be careful. Here comes the second Robo, going to double Robo, double Colossus production. Going to be making 2 Colossus at a time. Oh, boosting back into the third. MaNa's keeping up. Likewise, double drop towards left hand side. Spirit, he's slipping out. Now, ideally with this build from MaNa, if you're not able to get too much damage done, you want to contain. You want to contain the Terran play. You want to be keeping eyes on any kind of move out, any kind of drop play. But MaNa, he does miss both drops. And Spirit expands. And you can see the disparity here. You can see just how far behind and how late this third base now behind MaNa is with the supply. Like, with the supply disparity, I should say. Spirit, he has the greater economy, has the greater army. Spirit drops into the main. MaNa out of position, forced to recall. And he wants a Colossus. He's gonna get it. Oh, Colossus goes down. Massive pickup. And Spirit is just pulling MaNa apart. GG gets called. Spirit, he will snowball out of control, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, let's go. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 5. Again, MaNa, this time, Spirit, he was more than ready for the 4-gate blink Stalker. A much earlier stim. Very nice SimCity in the main base as well. And MaNa, he tried to blink into said main, but it was so awkward for him to get on top of the tank. It just was not worth it. As you mentioned, he bled out 4 Stalkers for a tank, a handful of SCVs, handful of Marines. Not enough. Not good enough there for MaNa. And with that GG. With that GG well played, we're going all the way to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. This could go either way. Game 5 is going to be on torches. Interesting. Now, this is not a good blink map. This is not a good map for blink. I mean, depending on what your approach is, I suppose. We'll see. As I don't think there's a way to blink into the main from the third location. So we should be seeing something different out of MaNa. Likewise, aggression is still favored on this map. It's a very small map. Short rushes is by air, short rushes is by ground. That's why this map is often vetoed and rarely seen in best of 3s. Hello, CranKy. Thanks for the awesome work. I might you turn the music off. We don't turn off the in-game music. So I appreciate the kind words, appreciate the request. Answer is keep the music on. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied up series here into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the red Terran, representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. Here we go. And welcome one and all to Torches. Again, Torches is I believe the smallest map in the current ladder map pool. So very small map, short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air as well. It is a little bit similar to El Dorado in the last map pool, where we have these mineral walls heading into the center or in between these two main bases. We have the triangular third base here, we have center gold bases as well, but this area in between the bases is much shorter than El Dorado. There's not as many expansions, of course, and takes less time to go across the map. Likewise, we have these massive tumors. They do expire at around 7:55 in game, so just under 8 minutes. They will naturally expire. Otherwise, you can destroy them yourself, of course. You can speed up the process. As from here, MaNa just being as annoying as possible. Economic opener out of Spirit, going for the Rax Expand. CC is going to be placed. Is going to be thrown down. See in the chat, you can blink into the main, but only 2 to 3 stalkers at a time. Ooh, interesting. So, oh right, I didn't even get to talk about it, but here is the main base on torches, and you can see the area from the triangular third into the main. You can see that I guess there is like a little alcove here, like a little pocket where you can get close enough to blink in. But as Ledlix did explain in the chat, apparently you can blink from the third into the main base, but it's a little bit more awkward. It's not as accessible as on other maps. So I don't expect to see MaNa commit as hard. Not just that, but also there is a ramp. There is a ramp coming into natural, so this natural position is going to be much more secure for the Terran, much more difficult to break into. At least with the commitment of Blink Stalkers. But we'll see. Like, MaNa has been very fond of Blink Stalkers and has been very aggressive. 4-gate Blink, 5-gate Blink. Spirit going for his 1-1-1. Reactor and Marine production, not Reactor to Hellion this time. Does keep the Reactor on the racks. Hallucinations moving out. And it does come across the Marines, does come across the Widow Mines, is now where there's no concern for any kind of Hellion harass. I mean, hey, we've seen Hellion just end the game. But not this time. As the drop is preparing. Terran players, they play all the same. Drop play on 2 bases. Always buyer. Oh, it's a mech enjoyer in the chats. Oh no. Mech is very niche. Mech is, do I want to say viable? You see mech sometimes in this matchup depending on the player. Like, obviously we've seen Gumiho take down some of the best Protoss players in the world with mech in this matchup. Same with like Ryung. Like, it's very stylistic and very niche. Very niche. Very difficult to pull off. I would recommend watching players like Ryung or like Gumiho if you want to try to like indulge in some mech in this matchup in TVP. Otherwise, it's just, yeah, it's something that even when they do it, they don't rely on it. They mix it in to try to catch someone off guard. As the mine drop is getting ready at the natural. Likewise, MaNa claiming a third. Let's go. For the first time here, do we have 2-gate Blink? Yeah, 2-gate Blink into a third base, so much more economic build here out of MaNa. As you mentioned, this map just isn't really built for Blink Stalker aggression. So MaNa, for the first time, economic build. Let's go. For the first time, faster third Nexus already done, now getting saturated. And we have a very different dynamic here in the ace match. Very different. Likewise, Spirit, he's going to be stuck on 2 bases until his upgrades kick in. Stim, combat shields, building up his upgrades before breaking out. And we are going to be taking up in towards Charge and in towards Colossus. So we're heading into the mid game. Blink's also going to be excellent on this map of penetrating the ramp natural. I would probably disagree with that. So the problem there, well, I should say the problem with this map is that on other maps, the Terran player is forced to split up their army and defend 2 locations at once, right? They're forced to defend their main base and their natural. But here, just because it's more awkward to blink into the main, then they can just focus their defensive setup here and focus their supply and focus their army in a more centralized area, which I would say would make it difficult to break. But I'm sure there are like other niche scenarios. Auto Tarrassi towards left-hand side, gets 5 probe kills, meanwhile double drop into the main. Spirit sneaking in, does force a recall. MaNa does recall in time. Again, Spirit's being active, remember his upgrades are done. Yes, stim and combat shields. The mind drop is dealt with. Deals with a mind drop. Spirit, he does bring everything together, pushing in between the bases. Does move in between. MaNa out of position. Yeah, the third base is exposed. And he has to go through the minefield. Oh, brutal connections. Yeah, mines are popping off. The Immortal gets started down. Does have the Colossus. But is it enough? As the Colossus is somewhat exposed. Yeah, Mineral Line's going down. Spirit just catching MaNa completely out of position. The base is going to fall. 22 probe kills. And the Nexus. MaNa now moving in. But this is brutal damage. Just too much to come back from. Even if MaNa cleans this up. And he will force to pick up. Oh. Does force Shelby back home. Medevac goes down. He gets 1. He gets both. Cleans up everything. But he lost the base. He lost the expansion. Remember, this entire opener, this entire setup here was for a faster third, and he lost that advantage. He lost the economy. Now Spirit is getting his own third base. Has a higher worker count, better economy, better saturation. Third base going to be on the way. From here, we'll see how MaNa can build up. As he's got a choice to make here. Either try to recover economically or commit into an all-in. As he's moving out. And what's he pushing into? Vikings are on the way. Second starport as well from As Viking. Mind shot popping up. Now this base is out in the open. True, it's not the easiest base to actually maintain. But MaNa doesn't really have much to work with. There's not much left. See, he's moving out. Pushing into a minefield is not going to be easy. Does delay some of the economy though. 5 SCV kills, not bad. Chips away at the mineral line. Spirit does them in. Getting a couple more SCVs, not bad. I mean, MaNa, he isn't killing the base, he isn't killing all these workers, but he's denying mining, right? He's denying mining, forcing back the third CC. Punishing just how open this area is. Oh my god, the blink! Crazy blink out of MaNa, bleeding out 4, 5, 6 stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, GG, well played. Patience, get out of him, as we have a bit of a patience blink, and MaNa, he will lose everything. GG gets called, was already in a rough position, and Spirit, he will claim the series and qualify for the main event. GG. GG, well played. Again, Spirit, he already was in a commanding position by killing the mineral line, by claiming that third base. MaNa, he either had to give it to an all-in or had to try to force mistakes out of Spirit. He was denying some mining at the third base, which was nice. It was a nice little pickoff, but not quite enough to fully bring him back. And in the end, did accidentally blink forward or intentionally blink forward and lost everything. Lost everything. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim the series. He will qualify for the main event. And MaNa is going to be knocked out. Now, there is a chance that MaNa, he might be invited, he might be voted in. I would love to see MaNa in RSL, but alas, not through the European qualifier. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting ready for our next qualifying match. It's going to be a best of 5 between ShoWTimE and Strange. Let's go. Here we go. as our players are getting ready. I know that ShoWTimE recently joined a new team. I believe, where are we? Sentinels, that's it. Did join Sentinels. So vetoes are underway, and up next is going to be another best of 5 between ShoWTimE and Strange. Let's go. Get the final qualifying match of the broadcast as we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Here we go. From the bottom, we have our first qualified player. Again, it is single elimination, a brutal format, but Spirit, he makes it through into the main event over MaNa in that best of 5. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE took down Nick Rat, Strange took down Scarlett, and we have a PvP between ShoWTimE and Strange to determine the final player to make it into the RSL through the qualifiers. Oh boy. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I believe there are still going to be quote-unquote invites. Someone did mention earlier that we have some invited players already, but there is going to be a fan vote. Basically, from my understanding, the way the fan vote works is that players that competed in the qualifiers but did not make it into the main event, those players are going to be listed for an open fan vote. I don't know if they're going to be prioritizing and leaving it only to the patrons or just making it a public vote. But people, they can vote on the extra, on additional 2 players to make it into the main event as well. And again, it isn't just like they can vote for anyone. They have to vote for people that I believe did play in the qualifiers. But stay tuned for that. As for now, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have that final... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Here we go. Vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be on ley lines. As here we go. Okay, we have our lobby, we have our map. Again, game 1 is going to be on ley lines, and again a fresh best of 3, best of 5 between ShoWTimE and Strange. ShoWTimE coming in as a heavy favorite, but Strange, he is quite strange. Like, he can cause upsets, he can pop off. He's an animal, and no one to be taken lightly. Okay, just mentioning the players. Apparently, Indy, he was joining us. Indy was joining us for most of the qualifier, but looks like after MaNa vs Spirit concluded, he's going to be wrapping up. So we will be jumping in by ourselves into that final qualifying match, that PvP. Oh boy, I'm ready. Show us what you got. I see Jumi in the chat. No breaks, no breaks, Mappy, no breaks. Never. I am looking forward to just embracing Bedge after this, though. very, very tired, very tired. We're good to go. 9 hours, Pappy. 9 hours straight of casting. We can make it. We can make it. As spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player himself. It is Strange. He is a little bit strange, true. A little bit. But este Jumi. Where was my Jumi on the brackets? Where was he? I know that Jumi, he was playing, I think, in a Woody tournament. I believe there was a Woody event going on. I believe Jumi was partaking in. So good, so good. Next time, Pappy, next time. Jimmy's got a lot going on, especially with Dallas on the horizon. I mean, a lot of players, of course. We have the GSL Season 2 qualifiers that were a couple of hours ago. We have Dallas on the horizon, Stars, Agora, RSL, Home Story Cup. I can't believe I feel like they haven't really promoted too much, but Home Story Cup is next month as well. Don't forget that. It's crazy. All the StarCats. Everything everywhere. All at once. Aye, aye, aye. But now that we have our standard opener, we have our initial 2-gate opener here by Strange. Also, if you're in the chat, of course, Gamma Time. Get your predictions going in the chat while you can. As we have ShoWTimE going for a gate, Cyber, Expand, a more economic start out of our red portals. Let's go. So, economic opener out of ShoWTimE doing his best max X impression. Does go for the Stargate before the Nexus. And it's going to be on Strange to attempt to punish this. An attempt to all in. Or just follow this up with an economic opener himself. We'll see. For now, double Stalker. Does open double Stalker. The Zell will chase down the probe. We do see ShoWTimE pulling back. As the probe does make it back home, as Strange following up with a 3rd and 4th Stalker. ShoWTimE likewise scouting for proxies. Make sure everything's looking as it should. Back at home he expands. Shield batteries on the way. Strange going for a much later expansion. And just like that, ShoWTimE does take an economic lead. See if Strange can punish. See if he can. Reinforcing with the 3rd and 4th Stalker. Strange moving in, but the shield barriers are done, and with them finishing, ShoWTimE, he should be fine. Should be able to hold on. Is spending his energy at home defensively with stasis traps. But a 2nd Oracle's on the way. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot workers. And the goal here is, one, ShoWTimE is already ahead economically with more probes, but the goal is to get even further ahead, moving up with his Oracles and trying to cripple the economy of Strange. We'll see if he can. Strange, oh, he attempted to intercept. Doesn't quite catch the Oracle. They get 1 probe already. 1 worker goes down. Oh. Just the 1. There's that recall back home. Strange trying to keep up. The hero blink, the patience blink. Patience blink. That's what happens when the hero blinks into when he blinks up a ramp into like 3 tanks. Like, patience, get out of him. You should be in the military. It's the patience. ShoWTimE just trying to contain his opponents. Behind this, we have our standard follow-up here. We have a Twilight Council into Forge, Blink and +1 for Strange. ShoWTimE likewise going for his own Blink Stalkers as well. No Forge, I believe. Yeah, no Forge for ShoWTimE. Going for a faster 3rd, just maintaining that economic lead. It doesn't look like a lot, but ShoWTimE, he's on 43 workers. He's up by, what, 4, almost 5 probes? In a mirror matchup, that can be everything. Setting up more shield batteries, claiming another expansion. Strange does confirm that there is a 3rd base, and Strange has to make a decision. Does he expand? Does he commit? Does he double down into an all-in? What is the plan? Is there a plan? As it looks like, yep, we're just building up. Oh my god. So we're getting into a very passive PvP. Very passive. Both players, they just expand, get their natural up and running, get their third base up and running. No proxy, no aggression. As ShoWTimE is the first to move out. Remember, he's up a base. He's up a mineral line. Pokes in. Doesn't have to commit. Just poking, prodding, forcing out a trade. Hasn't killed anything yet. But he does have the higher stalker count. 17 to 12. Again, just flexing that greater economy with a larger army. Just now getting to his own upgrades. Oh. Has to respect the stalker. So the immortal, I meant to say. Has to respect them. ShoWTimE pulling away. Again, there were no kills. Ooh, nice catch. Getting the Oracle. Oracle goes down for the Observer. ShoWTimE still looking for a way in. We're just taking more bases. We're just getting it forward. Still poking forward. Oh, it does punish Strange. Picks off a Stalker. But again, there's nothing pressuring ShoWTimE to try to blink forward and commit into sniping an Immortal here or there. I think he's happy to pick up a Sentry, 2 Sentries, a Zealot, 2 Zealots. Better trades for ShoWTimE. Oh! Until that moment. He's out of Stalker. Charge is now done. ShoWTimE moving out. Gonna be reinforcing. With these charges, he can actually just commit. And he's going for it. Say that defensive Zealots. Zealots a warp in time. ShoWTimE catching out some reinforcements, being forced back, trying to bait out the army into the blink into the stasis traps. Nice move, nice bait. Strange does trigger one, and he's gonna lose everything here. Yeah, the Immortals are going down one after the other. Massive pickoffs. Another stasis goes up. And ShoWTimE pulls out. He pulls out, he gets away. Sniping 2 Immortals, now getting into his own. Catching up, getting to +2. ShoWTimE still enjoying a greater economy. He's on 4 bases. Strange still stuck on 3 expansions. Where's the 4th? And Strange has been enjoying a better upgrade count here, but that is about to even up. +2 is on the way. Strange building up his Zealot count. Has a comparable army size. From here, he just commits in. Yeah, Strange, he breaks out, takes out the Immortal, not bad. Zealot will overwhelm the 1 Archon, putting in a lot of work. No Archons for ShoWTimE. They're not ready yet. Prism rallies in. ShoWTimE taking a very rough fight here. And Strange overwhelms with the higher Zealot counts. Likewise, that 1 Archon putting in a lot of work. ShoWTimE has to back off. He needs his own Archons. And just now morphing in. And suddenly Strange, not looking too bad. Sure, he's down a base, down an expansion, but he's about to even up. At least he's hoping to. Again, was so patient. Just building up all those zealots. The Nexus is going to go down. ShoWTimE has to give up on it. Takes down the 4th base. Oh. Strange is moving in. Now pushing into 4 Archons. Pushing into cannons. The 2x stasis goes off. Brutal stasis trap. Strange, he has to be careful. Making use of the Sim City. Nice movement out of Strange. Picks off a couple of workers. And now he commits into the stasis is about to run out. Yeah, Strange, he has done it. Guesses up the cannons. Takes down the Stalkers. Again, there's only 2 Archons left here for ShoWTimE. Down to 1 Archon. Just 1 Archon remaining. And with that ShoWTimE, he is being broken. Again, ShoWTimE, he was looking solid so far this game. I mean, up until a certain point, he was up in bases, up in economy, but GG gets called. 1 bad fight is sometimes all it takes, and Strange, he bounces back, takes game 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, ShoWTimE, he was up in workers, up in expansions. He was down in upgrades, but he was catching up towards the end. But unfortunately, he did overextend. We saw that he had a lower Zealot count, a lower Archon count as well. And that's where Strange did excel. And here we go. We're getting into game 2. Tulsa P, a PvP unwinnable. Unwinnable. True. As we're leading into Tokamak. But there are certain power spikes in PvP that are available to you. Early on, you of course are relying on Stalkers and Immortals, but from there you go into Charge Lots and they can excel quite well. Like they trade so well against Immortal Stalker, but that's when you are forced to get into Archons. Whereas Archons, they excel against Mass Stalker. Sorry, Mass Zealot, that's what I meant to say. And Strange, you got there first. Able to take up, able to get there first, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2 with spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak. We have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, leading the series 1-0. It is Strange. Again, very impressive play there by Strange, despite being in a really rough position that game. He was patient, waited for his moments, then he struck. Outside of that, it was quite passive though, I will say that. It was relatively passive, just building up on 3 bases, getting a 4th base. Posturing by ShoWTimE, but just posturing for the most part. So now we're selling in. So far, 2 get open out of Strange. Likewise, 2 get open out of ShoWTimE this time. As a reminder, last game ShoWTimE did pull a Max going for a Gate Cybercore into faster Nexus, but here going for something more standard. Mirrored builds. Builds are mirrored. As from here, we should be expanding. We should be taking up. So far, nothing crazy. Going for the pylon block. Delaying set expansions. And we might see a faster Twilight Council. Might go for a Stargate opener. There are options with how we want to open up. There it is, a Twilight Council out of ShoWTimE. Opening up Blink. Strange has yet to go for his own. Just making extra Stalkers. As ShoWTimE, he does delay his next wave of units in favor of a faster Nexus and a faster Twilight Council. So ShoWTimE is cutting corners, and Strange, does he commit here? No expansion. Not yet. Strange has a pylon across the map. Moves in with the Stalkers. Strange, he does expand, not going for the one base all in. Oh, let's go. Going for the hallucinations. Oh! Strange, he doesn't want that sentry. Doesn't quite get it. Does recognize that they are fake. And Strange, he's going for the shield battery. Oh! Not quite able to. Nice, very nice catch. Are we bold enough to go for a proxy Dark Shrine? No shot. Twilight Council is done. Going for the proxy gateway instead. So extra gateways for ShoWTimE. Getting into a 3-gate setup. Meanwhile, Strange does go for his own tech, going for a Robo, not a Twilight Council. Very safe way to play. Early Robo means early immortal production, early observers. It tells me that ShoWTimE will have map control though, with a more mobile army. With those Blink Stalkers. As Blink is halfway done for ShoWTimE. And again, he's got 3 gateways. So ShoWTimE, he can break out. Back at home, Strange, he's down a gateway. There's that immortal production to make up for his lack of Stalkers or lack of Blink. So Strange should be the defender and ShoWTimE should be the aggressor. ShoWTimE, he finds a pylon. From here he's reinforcing. ShoWTimE, he's up 3 Stalkers. He has force fields as well. But the Immortal has arrived. Shield battery as well. Nice force fields. Oh! Locking down the army. Doesn't get the Stalker though. And nice defense by Strange. Doesn't lose anything. Strange takes down the sentry. Saves his army. Shades into the natural. Probes are going down. Okay, 2 workers so far. Strange playing well. And now Strange is playing catch up. He's catching up with Blink. Blink is now on the way. +1 has begun for Strange. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE does not have a forge, instead expanding. So ShoWTimE will have the faster third base. Strange will have the better army. As that is a gateway explosion. 4 gates are on the way. That's going to be a 6-gate setup on 2 bases. No expansion, no third. Did I say 6 gateways? It's getting up to 7. Like, this is a 2-base all-in. So many gateways. Building up to 7 gateways. Can even go for an 8th gateway proxied. I was expecting a War Prism, but no, so far getting another Immortal. Another Immortal's on the way. Your big shout to BMO for the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast, I'm assuming. Maybe a Stormgate cast. I know BMO does, of course, cover StarCraft as well. But thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. And welcome one and all to the RSL, to the Revival StarCraft League. Again, it is a tournament hosted, organized by Tasteless, by State, by Ziggy, by Gemini. Very passionate fans of StarCraft over in Korea. And of course, if you want to support Korean StarCraft or StarCraft in general, !RSL in the chat, and you'll get a link to the RSL Patreon page, where they have plenty of benefits, plenty of perks. And of course, the prize pool breakdown is all there, all on Patreon. Meanwhile, how many gateways do we land on? 7. 7 gates on 2 bases. D powers a proxy, and here comes Strange. Here comes a 2-base all-in. Remember, no third. There is no third base, no expansion. Strange, he's up in Stalkers, he's up in Immortals. It's all or nothing. Strange Strange moves out. Oh. So far, ShoWTimE trying to hold on. Does have a wall of shield batteries. Strangely blinks in. Yeah, it does go for the dive. Oh, but he gets surrounded. Yeah, the concave here in favor of ShoWTimE. Shuts down the Stalkers. This was not the blink to go for. And Strange overextends. Boys are being pulled. Strange, he does lock down the Immortals at least. He gets one, he gets both Immortals. But what about the Stalkers? And more wards are coming in. Warpins are denied. Prism goes down. And ShoWTimE, he does have it up. Barely. Barely has enough. Takes down the Immortals. Stalker still barely in favor of Strange. But it's going to be forced back. Yeah, barely forced back. Again, the concave was just so in favor of ShoWTimE. Likewise, wall of shield batteries, energy overcharge as well. And that was it. Strange, he has no base, he has no economy, he has no follow-up. It was all or nothing. Pokes in. Does try to poke in, does try to commit. Oh. Diving forward. Trading Stalkers. To trade. As Strange, again, he cannot macro out of this. Like, there's no follow-up. He has to commit, he has to double down. And he will catch an Immortal. Does two-shot. Takes down the Immortal. Trying to trade against the army. He's got a couple more Stalkers on the way. But once again, the Prism is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Denies the warp in. Zelda trading quite well for themselves. Zelda popping off. For both players though, for ShoWTimE as well. GG gets called. Strange, he runs out of steam, and ShoWTimE, he will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Does tie things up, does take game 2. Again, a very intense back and forth here. Strange just doubling down, going for the all-in, but time and time again, ShoWTimE was so on point on sniping that Prism, diving on forward. Likewise, he was also so well prepared for the all-in with 3 shield batteries, energy overcharge, the concave, the setup, the sentries, the force fields. It was so difficult for Strange to really find a way into that, and in the end, he couldn't. Could not break in. GG. GG, well played with that. We are going into our next game. Going to be loading into Incorporeal. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game 3 to determine who takes the lead in the series, who does take the advantage here coming into this best of 5. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have our German Protoss player, the red Protoss for Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player being forced into a tied up series. We'll see if we can bring it back and bring back that momentum. It is Strange. Here we go. So we load into one of the larger maps of the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Last game did have standard openers, and we're expecting to see that again. There we go. 2-gate opener out of ShoWTimE, 2-gate opener out of Strange. Mirrored builds. Hello. As Strange, he does skirt around the edge of the map. He is not going for a scout. He is going to hide his probe and hide his pylon. Interesting location here. So with this proxy location, this could be a proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargates are not designed to go all in. They're designed to harass and to cripple the economy and give you an economic lead coming into the mid game. Otherwise, this could just be a fake out. And considering Strange just went for a failed 2-base all in, I mean, ShoWTimE might overreact to this. Might overreact. As ShoWTimE, he is aware that the pylon is missing. It should be there. It should be somewhere. It's not in the main. It's not in the main base. The probe scout is also intentionally delayed. Pylon is hidden, and the probe dips in. ShoWTimE, no fear, by the way. 2-gate opener into the expansion. He could have gone for a Robo, could have gone for a Stargate, but no, he expands. Oh boy, the ball is in Strange's court here. Strange now has to expand himself. It is going to be a later expansion from our blue Protoss. So ShoWTimE with a slightly better economy. And he does call his opponent's bluff. Hallucination goes in, confirms, there's a base, there's a Twilight Council. ShoWTimE knows he's safe. Working towards Blink. Work towards Blink. Nice SimCity as well, just creating just a further choke point, giving ShoWTimE more time to react, to respond. As from here, the pressure is going to be on Strange. And once again, he's slightly behind in the economy. Does shade into the mineral line. Gets 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Oh, just 2. So far, nice damage. Strange evening things up. Meanwhile, that is a 3rd gateway on the way. So Strange going to be building up his gateway count early on. Getting up to 3 gates. And ShoWTimE, he should be able to confirm this. Oh, that is a 4th gateway. So 2 base, 4 gate Blink out of Strange. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE will expand off of 2 gates. So 2 gate Blink into a 3rd. ShoWTimE is being much more greedy, much more economic. Strange has the potential to be hyper aggressive. Where are we going with this? Now we're expanding. Never mind. So 4 gate Blink into a Nexus. Strange, he's keeping up economically with he's trying to. Did invest much harder into all those gates. From here, ShoWTimE just gets all just tech up. Strange, he is skipping Warpins, going to his own Forge into +1. ShoWTimE likewise doing something similar, going for his own Robo. Just now getting a 3rd gate. Now, because of the opener is Strange, he does have a comparable army here. He can be active, he can try to pressure the 3rd. He needs to. As he moves in, we have Adepts coming in from behind. So really, this is just a distraction. Oh! Gets a shield battery. Not bad. Bleeds out a Stalker. Adepts a shade into the natural. Getting another probe. 1, 2 more probe kills. Not bad. Getting 3 in total. Meanwhile, more gates are on the way. A massive gateway explosion. Now, what I find interesting here is that no Robo. There is no Robo, just purely gateways here in the Twilight Council. So Blink into charge. No Immortal production. No Immortals, not this time, not yet. As he's throwing down more gateways, oh my god. No gases. Bear that in mind. No gases at the natural, no gases at the 3rd base. ShoWTimE does have 1 extra gas, guys, so he has 3 gases here from the side of the red Protoss going into Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, lack of gases and extra gateways screams just mass Zealot. Mass Swarm Toss heal here from Strange. Proxy's on the way. He's on 8, soon to be 11 gateways. Ay, ay, ay. It's a lot of gates. So an 11 gate setup here from Strange. In the end, he's making use of that higher gateway count that he built up earlier. And here we go, it's all or nothing. No gases, mass gateways, mass minerals, mass zealot. And there we go, warping in, just nothing but charge lots. Behind this, ShoWTimE isn't ready. Where are the Archons? Temple Archive still on the way. He needs more time. And here comes Strange. Strange, he has 20 zealots. Up against 7. Nice force fields. Nice force fields, so he's able to go over. Alas, Strange, he does commit, getting on top of the Stalkers, and Strange, he may just have too much. I mean, so many zealots that are stuck in the back line, but they break free. Yeah, they break out. They collapse on top of the army. Nice blink control. Just locking the Stalkers in. And it's just non-stop zealots. Non-stop zealots from here. And ShoWTimE is being overwhelmed. He has nothing left behind this. He's down to 4 Stalkers. Down to 3. GG gets called, and Strange with the all-in overwhelms and will take a series to take the lead in the series 2-1. GG. Who needs gas? Who needs gases here again? Only 2 gases just for charge, just for upgrades, and just mass zealot out of Strange. He had 11 gates, 11 gateways on 3 bases, and did just commit essentially into a 3-base all-in. Did overwhelm. ShoWTimE, he wasn't ready for it. Remember, ShoWTimE, he was still a ways away from Archon production. He was lacking side defense as well. He was not expecting an all-in. ShoWTimE caught with his pants down. GG. And there is a chance, there is a world that Strange can cause the upset and bring ShoWTimE down. One more game is all he needs. One more game. Unfortunately, ShoWTimE, he wasn't able to recognize what was happening. He missed the proxy, and he also didn't notice the missing gases either at the natural at the 3rd. He didn't notice the massive gateway explosion. And yo, a shout out to Kanoya. God, baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Had a great ladder session. Shout out to Kanoya, a fellow caster, a French caster. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome to the RSL Qualifier, the European Qualifier, the final qualifier here for the Revival StarCraft League. The final qualifying match as well, and final game, potentially. I'm hoping we can go all the way to the ace match, but the pressure is on, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of MaNa. We do have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg representing his new team, Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, leading the series 2-1. And 1 game away from claiming it all and qualifying for the main event. It is Strange. Strange missed the timing. He did hit it. The timing was pre-Archons, right? He wanted to hit before Archons were able to build up. If you remember, the Temple Archives was on the way. I want to say that he did hit just as the Temple Archives finished, but there were no High Templar warping in, right? There were no High Templar warping in. There were no Archons ready. Likewise, again, ShoWTimE wasn't really expecting the all-in either, so he had less side defense, less shield batteries, and GG. Here we go. As welcome one and all to MaNa, the largest map in the map pool. You do not get larger than MaNa. There are plenty of bases, long rushes by ground, rocks and towers all over the place to knock down and to just elongate the game and slow things down, slow down pushes. Does that mean we get a longer macro game? Not necessarily, but is a factor, is something to consider. For now, Stalker Sentry opener out of Strange. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE Stalker Sentry as well, a bit of a later Sentry. We'll see if ShoWTimE does cancel and go for a faster expansion. For now, 2 gate openers. So 2 gate openers all around. Zealot good unit or Zealot great unit? I mean, Zealot all-ins can be terrifying for sure, in all matchups. Against Zerg, Protoss, and Terran. Are terrifying, as both players are expanding. So far, mirrored builds. And we'll see how our players do deviate, if they head into faster tech, faster expansion. But now, Robo opener out of Strange. Okay. Does open Robo. With this, faster Immortals, faster Observer. He can also open up War Prism if he so chooses, to harass into the bases. But typically considered a very safe way to open up. As Strange gets a full scout, it does confirm the Twilight Council of ShoWTimE. I feel like ShoWTimE needs to be constantly scouting with Strange, especially against Strange is the thing. Like Strange, he's not a standard player, like by any means. I think it's... yeah, it's hard to just kind of to assume the best out of Strange. But, oh, you know, he's getting a third base. That's good enough. It's like, no. He's an animal. He's an animal, Fabi. As both players are scouting each other. Blink is on the way for ShoWTimE. Speaking of non-stop scouting, non-stop hallucinations from both players. ShoWTimE checking for a third. A third that doesn't yet exist. Oh, already we have a gas. Nice scout. Remember, last game it was only 2 gases for Strange. Likewise, we also confirmed the follow-up tech, Twilight Council and Forge. This tells us that Strange is building up towards a longer game, towards the mid-game. Robo, Twilight Council, Forge, only on 2 gateways as well, taking extra gases, and soon to be expanding. So everything here screams longer later game. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, Proxy. ShoWTimE is going to be the aggressor instead. How many gates so far? Just 2 gateways. Setting up for the expansion. There it is. Third is on the way. But does have an extra gateway. ShoWTimE is moving out. And with Blink, ShoWTimE can go straight to the main. He can, and it looks like he will. There we go. He has high ground vision. We'll see what he goes for. Does see the Immortal in the main base. Now we can think better of it. But honestly, nothing's pressuring him. There's no expansion. There's no third base. Strange stuck on 2 bases. A massive gateway explosion. This money should have been an expansion, should have been a nexus, but no, instead, extra gateways. Okay. And this is looking more and more like a 2-base all-in. We have 4 gates on the way, 2 already done, so it's going to be 6 gateways so far. A 6-gate setup. A hefty Immortal count at 2 Immortals already, getting up to 3. No War Prism yet. And ShoWTimE is here to slow this down. He's here to slow down the all-in and slow down the push. He's out of Stalker. Oh, gets 2 sentries, not bad. And here it is. Here comes that Prism. So it's going to be all or nothing for Strange. He's on how many gates? 6 gates so far, getting up to a 7th gateway. Now, unlike the previous game, ShoWTimE, he's here to slow this down. Like, he has been very active. And ShoWTimE, he's fully aware that there is no expansion. Back at home, shield batteries. We have 2 shield batteries here at the 3rd base. Shield battery at the natural as well. You can see ShoWTimE, he's getting ready for the all-in. Again, unlike the previous game, this time he knows. He knows what's coming, and he does take this seriously. More shield batteries on the way. ShoWTimE doing what he does best. Defend. It's all about that defense. All about those force fields. There we go, locks away those Immortals. Yeah, ShoWTimE fighting with only half his army. Sorry, Strange, I meant to say. They're fighting with half his army. Immortal goes down, massive pickoff. Takes down the Immortal, they do trade, back and forth. Both Immortals go down, Force Fields, they're running out. Strange pushing forward, but his Immortals are exposed. One Immortal goes down, there's one Immortal left. He gets targeted as well. Nice big here from ShoWTimE, and he falls back to the shield batteries. He's holding. ShoWTimE, he shuts this down. And again, this time ShoWTimE saw everything he needed to. Dives on the Prism, does snipe. And Strange, he's falling apart. Bleeding out more Stalkers. Racing back home. Behind this ShoWTimE, he's up a base, up an expansion. We have Glaives on the way for Strange. That's quite late here. Very late Glaive Adepts. Strange going for a Hail Mary play. And Glaives, that would be a way to, in a way, cripple the economy. Denies the hallucination. Does deny the scout. And you see ShoWTimE is checking. He's checking for an expansion. He's like, man, are you expanding yet? What's going on? Are you gonna take a third? Nah. It's just God, no. What do you mean? It's Strange. Strange picking up a couple of pylons here and there, getting a couple of probes, doing whatever he can. Against Strange, he's one game away from qualifying. But we are having a bit of copium here. A little bit. As the Glaives is about to finish, we have massive depth. And this can trade well against I should say it can tank well against Stalkers and tank well against Immortals. It can trade decently well against charge lots, but as this is, you could argue this is like an alternate answer to charge lots as opposed to Archons. It's a very heavy Zealot composition, but there's more than that. There's shield batteries, Stalkers, sentries, force fields, Immortals. It's all or nothing for Strange. And he doesn't commit. Trying to shade past. ShoWTimE collapses in. The Zealots, they do trade. And that's all he needs to do, just trade. Prism goes down as well. And Epstein clean up all the Zealots. Let's go. Takes out all the charge lots, getting on top of the Immortals. And Strange trading as best he can. But ShoWTimE time is on his side. Just has to buy time for extra warp ins. And GG gets called. Strange, he runs out of steam. And we are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going all the way to the ace match here. Again, bringing it all the way to the final game of the series. This could still go either way. Where are we dropping? Where are we headed? Let's go. Here we go. As it looks like we have our final game, our final map. It's going to be on Persephone. Ooh, one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Persephone, known for aggression, known for all-ins. I feel like that would favor Strange, but I do appreciate that ShoWTimE, it does feel like he's adapting to Strange over time. He's becoming a little bit more accustomed to him. Again, a lot of scouting last game. A lot of scouting, a lot of eyes on the lack of third base, the extra production, the extra gateways, the extra tech. And ShoWTimE, he was all ready for it. He was ready, he shut it down. And now we're loading into the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sentinels. And bringing us all the way to the ace match. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? Can he qualify for the main event? It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, himself. Momentum was on his side. He was so close to qualifying. He still is so close. Can he go all the way instead? It is Strange, the dark horse. Oh boy. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Persephone. Go. And now looks like a standard opener. Yep, 2-gate opener out of Strange, 2-gate opener out of ShoWTimE. No one is deviating, not this time. Now we have yet to actually see a proxy. We've seen a fake proxy pylon out of Strange, but we haven't seen a real proxy. We haven't seen a 1-base all-in. That hasn't happened yet. We've seen 2-base all-ins, 100%, plenty of them, and even 3-base all-ins with that game on Incorporeal. We'll see where this takes us. For now, no one does hide a pylon. Everything is where it should be. As probes are dipping in. Nice moves out of ShoWTimE. He does wall in the probe. It means that there's no pylon block on the natural at the expansion. And likewise, the probe is going to be trapped here for the Stalker. So again, slick moves here from ShoWTimE. Likewise, ShoWTimE also does pylon block the expansion, delaying Strange. There's that kill on the probe. And Strange can finally expand. Player takes their natural bases. And we're still waiting to see here if either player does open up Robo or Twilight Council or Stargate. All three are viable. They'll take us down different paths. There it is, Twilight Council out of Strange into earlier Blink Stalker, most likely. And Twilight Council out of ShoWTimE. Okay, more or less mirrored builds. At least initially. Hallucination does confirm for both players. Both now aware that they're both getting into Blink. Again, it's going to be a Blink-based opener. Both players building up. We have triple sentry here from both players, so just non-stop hallucinations. This is a typical meta here of PvP, just triple sentry, mass hallucination, making sure you see everything. It's not impossible to hide tech, especially with moments like this, where ShoWTimE denies the hallucination. So you can still hide tech, but it's that much more difficult. But I think Strange plays a lot of 1-base in PvP. Yeah, I mean, we're finding that out here. Like, Strange, he, in general, from either player, no 1-base play. We have seen ShoWTimE 1-base all in max packs, but I feel like that's also just very specific to max packs with their dynamic. As ShoWTimE does expand, claiming a third. Meanwhile, Strange delaying. Oh, sorry, going for his own as well. Both players do expand. Faster Forge for our blue Protoss into +1. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE is slightly delayed. Plays a lot versus Gate Nexus. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people do, right? When it comes to that kind of response. But sure, fair. Oh. And ShoWTimE just shaded into the mineral line. It's one. Oh. Just one probe. One probe goes down. Blink into the main. Does blink in. 4 probe kills, not bad. With that, ShoWTimE he recalls back home. Does take a worker lead. ShoWTimE is slightly ahead economically. Pressure's on Strange. As Hallucination does move out. Does move out, both players going to be taking out. We do have a gateway explosion out of ShoWTimE, throwing down 5 more gates. Strange building up as well. This is a bit of a more passive early to mid game. I mean, sure, ShoWTimE was poking in a little bit. There's been a bit of activity between the players as ShoWTimE did get 4 probes in the main earlier. But for the most part, we're building up into the mid game. Build up. ShoWTimE getting a 4th base. Strange yet to take his own 4th expansion. We've seen that before this series. It's a little bit more tentative bouts, rushing into that faster 4th. So Immortals are building up. Temple Archives for Strange, working towards Archons. And taking up, getting there. Actually reminding me of game 1. We saw something similar where ShoWTimE had a faster 4th base, better saturation, better economy, but he had later Archons. And Strange took an incredible fight. But this time, do you see what I see? I see Archons already. ShoWTimE is head in bases, head in workers, head in economy, I should emphasize. ShoWTimE does threaten to push. Strange still building up. Building up. There is going to be a small window in time where Strange has +2 over ShoWTimE. And try to make use of that. Moving in. Strange trying to keep up. And we'll be able to. ShoWTimE moving in. He does push him into the bases. Strange getting caught out. ShoWTimE does help. But again, caught in a rough position. And again, only fighting with half his army. Stalker's now coming in, going for the dive. And with the better concave Strange, he will take it. Yeah, it takes the fight. Shield barriers, they do help as well. ShoWTimE overextending Strange. Just completely shutting this down. At the same time, though, ooh, Prism into the main. Uh-oh. Prism does pop up. Archon's forced to recall. Immortals are exposed. Some extensive losses here for Strange. Losing almost 2 Immortals. Oh my god, so close. But better fights for Strange. Again, very similar to game 1. Very similar. Strange looking to snowball from here. Looking to break out. Again, who needs a 4th base when you have this? You have Zealots, Immortals, Stalkers. ShoWTimE, if given time, will recover. You're just warping in. Strange, he's not ready. He's fighting too prematurely. Strange still moving in. There we go, catching out those Zealots. Getting on top of the Immortal. Massive Archon is going off. The Immortal is exposed. There's the NG overcharge. And Strange, he kites back. Oh, it looks like Strange, he overextends. And bleeding out a lot of units here. As Immortals and Archons are going to be going down. Strange, he has to back off. Where are the reinforcements? Barely not in time. He's warping in 10 Stalkers at a time here. But he denies the warp in. The slow warping gets denied. Strange. He had such a strong defense here, but he was not able to capitalize on that. A lot of it came down to the prison. That prison bought so much time, delaying the push from Strange. And ShoWTimE now enjoying that better economy. Even on upgrades. Building up more Archons, more Immortals. And Strange, he had such a good fight, such a good moment. From here, ideally hoping that maybe ShoWTimE overextends. Pushes too far into one of these bases. Even then, that's not going to happen. ShoWTimE rotates over. Oh, denies the base. Denies the Nexus. Does deny. He has a sea of Zealots behind this. Still maintaining that army. Strange, he had an incredible fight earlier here in this very position, but I don't think he can replicate it. Not this time. Not like this. He's got 4 Archons. They got a lot of work to do. The 4 Archons, I mean. 5 Archons even. Strange getting into +3. Strange trying to collapse in. Zealots are revealed. And they move through those Zealots. They move through the Stalkers. And now getting in some of the Archons. There's so many of them. Strange defending here towards the left-hand side. And the Archons, they trade well for themselves for what they can. But there's just a sea of Zealots here. And now the Immortals, they can focus them down. One after the other, Archons are falling. Final Archon falls. GG gets called. And ShoWTimE, he will overwhelm. He will claim the series 3-2. Qualifying for this season, the first season of RSL. GG. ShoWTimE, he will be a part of the rival StarCraft 2 League. Again, very intense, very clutch back and forth between ShoWTimE and Strange. That could have gone either way. Again, Strange, he did initially have a much stronger defense with a better concave, with the shield batteries that ShoWTimE did overextend. But right after that, we had the Warp into the main. And that was just doing a great job at just buying time here for ShoWTimE to build up his own Immortals, build up his own defenses back at home. And did pull it off, did pull it off. In the end, time was on his side. Less so on Strange, and with that, GG, well played. ShoWTimE alongside MaNa will be a part of RSL. Let's go. Sorry, not MaNa, Spirit I meant to say. So it's going to be Spirit alongside ShoWTimE, not just those 2 players, but we also have some invitations as well. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the invited players. And bam, there we go. Okay, from the top, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. As we can scroll down, and here we go. We have our lineup of Protosses. We have Classic and Hero invited for the main event, and we have Zan alongside ShoWTimE making through the qualifiers. So we have 4 players in total: Classic, Hero, Zan, and ShoWTimE. For the side of Terran, we have Bjorn, Clem, and Kior invited in alongside Percival and Spirit qualifying through those server qualifiers. And meanwhile, for the invites, we have Raynor, Cyril, and Solar, 3 invited Zerg players, and to join them we have Cham and Shin from the qualifiers as well. Let's go. Again, and that's still not the entire event. We still have what we still have here, the fan vote. Fan votes are going to be opening up soon, TM. I don't know the details of the fan vote when it comes to when it's going to go live. I would imagine at some point this week, though. I would imagine at some point this week there is going to be a fan vote that is going to be made public, and you can vote on your favorite player to make it into the main event. Now, I believe there is kind of a limitation to that. The only players eligible to be voted on for the fan vote are players that did actually play in the qualifiers. So players like Strange, players like MaNa, players like Scarlett, for example, they are eligible here, or they're going to be listed, and there's a possibility that they can be a part of this through the fan vote. Oh boy. So that is going to be available. Bear that in mind. That'll be available in the coming days, and keep an eye on Twitter, on social media, for when that does occur, so you can get your prediction in, or I should say, so you can get your vote in to your favorite player in. Likewise, again, it is going to be a 4-player GSL group stage into the double elimination player bracket. And when it comes to here on the CranKy Ducklings, we have been covering the qualifiers, that is true, but we will not be covering the main event. From my understanding, that is going to be all covered by Tasteless, by State, by Gemini. I believe they will all be covering the main event themselves. Okay, we're here to help out. We're here to help out. We're here to help out with the qualifiers. We're here to do what we can. Happy as we made it. We made it to the end of the broadcast. 6-hour, 10-hour cast in total. 10 hours. We didn't quite go all the way to 12, but 10 hours, not bad, not bad. For those that are curious, I believe the Twitch stream should be showing 6 hours at the moment, but we had a 4-hour cast before that. We were covering Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup just before we had to end the stream because we had this run on a delay. So we didn't have a delay for Tuna Cup, but we did need a delay for the Anonymous Cup. So we did have to end the stream, turn on the delay to keep things going. So 10 hours of casting. Let's go, let's go. I do apologize for being a little bit low energy towards the end. And likewise, I apologize for sounding a little bit more nasally than normal, just because yeah, I know what it is, but I'm a little bit under the weather. Yeah, a little bit under the weather here, but I should be back. I should be back tomorrow for what? For some more StarCraft. Let's go. As you can see here, our weekly schedule, we just wrapped up with our morning broadcast, and tomorrow evening we have the WardyTV Monday. Just checking our schedule here. Checking our schedule. Tomorrow we have the WardyTV Monday. Likewise, day after that, we have the GSL replay cast of the round of 8 of the quarterfinals. So we're going to be going over the GSL replays. We also have the Pigastorm Monday. We have the Pwn cast. We have Dallas. Dallas is this weekend. We still don't really know what's going to happen with that, but we're going to be all over Dallas as well. We'll do our best. Do our best for Dallas. And yeah, just a lot of StarCraft. A lot of content throughout the horizon. 3 days of Dallas. Likewise, the GSL qualifiers were taking place during this broadcast. I'm referring to the GSL Season 2 qualifiers. We will be going over those qualifier casts during Dallas. Or I should say, after the Dallas cast, after the co-stream that we're going to be doing, after the open brackets, then bam, qualifiers. GSL qualifiers will be on the channel as well over the weekend. Over the weekend, we're going over those qualifying matches. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Congratulations to all those that have made it into the RSL. And again, keep an eye open for the fan vote. That's also going to be coming around the corner as well. We made it. We made it. GG, well played. With that, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you enjoyed the casting, one, I do apologize for again being a little bit low energy and being a little bit congested, but I should be good to go starting tomorrow and thereafter. You can follow us here, !socials in the chat. We do stream on a daily basis. As you can see, we stream every single day, plenty of StarCraft, multiple times a day as well. We cast more than any other channel out there. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Likewise, if you want to support us, you can follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, subscribe on YouTube. We upload on YouTube on a daily basis. Not just that, but check out our Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, as you can help fund us monetarily. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players. It's all for prize pool and prize money for our tournaments. So you can help support us there and help support the scene there as well. Also, before I forget, !RSL in the chat. I know that I was just plugging our Patreon, but also the Revival StarCraft League. They have their own Patreon as well. I mean, there's a lot of tournaments out there that do have their own Patreons. Help fund them, help support them. If you have any spare resources, then you can do so by supporting us on Patreon, or of course RSL on Patreon as well. Otherwise, GG, well played. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And with that, it is 6:30 a.m. in the morning. Fun fact, we started casting at 8 p.m. last night. 8 p.m. last night. Now it's 6 a.m. The sun has risen and it's time for bed. So tired. So tired. So I'm going to go and get some rest. Going to go get some sleep. And then wake up and do it all over again with the WardyTV Monday. All the casting. Let's go. Let's go. Otherwise, thanks for tuning in. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft stream a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who's live? Who's live at the moment? Who can we raid? Let's see. Jaime is live. Your Strange is streaming his POV. True. Streaming his POV. Who else we have? Bond is playing. Bond is laddering. But not too many people are online at the moment, actually. Not too many people. But otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. Regardless, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping up and we're going to be heading off. And again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some WhatsTV Monday action. Otherwise, we'll see you later on this week for DreamHack Dallas, for GSL qualifiers, and for even more StarCraft. Until then, thanks for watching. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Thanks for watching. See you next time.